The way I like to get started with thumbnails is I draw literal rectangles. This is really handy, guys, because if you draw a literal rectangle, it makes you really conscious of the edges and also the corners of the page. Because a lot of the time, actually, what I see people do, they'll do something like this. They'll have a sheet of paper and they'll say, oh, I'm doing thumbnails, so let me just do this. How many of you guys did that? Confess. This is not a good idea, okay? This is not good because now the compositions are going to bleed into each other and you're not going to see the composition very clearly. So this very simple step of drawing literal rectangles is a really critical part of doing strong thumbnail sketches. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want to have 4 sketches that represent the still life in very different ways. So I'm going to start with one up here, and I'm going to make this one like really zoomed in. Okay, I'm going to focus pretty heavily on the big orange that's on the left. In fact, I think these are mandarins. I don't know. I got them at Whole Foods yesterday, and I think I spent way too much, but they were good. So I think it was worth it. They were like nice and plump. Not super sweet, but sweet enough. And so the whole thing about these thumbnails, you guys, is you're here to just get the basic shape. For example, your thumbnail sketches, they should not look good, okay? Those of you guys who are drawing miniature masterpieces right now of these thumbnails, that was a waste of your time. You want to spend your energy on the painting. So make sure that you guys are not over laboring this. You want to keep it really, really simple, just like that. Okay, so we get a little touch of this one in the corner, just like that. That's a thumbnail sketch, okay? It should not take longer than that. Let's do another one. I think this one I'm going to show more of the setup. So maybe here I'll actually move the paper crate up here. I'm going to draw a little bit darker to make sure you guys can see, although typically I do like to draw much lighter than that, because I think what I've seen sometimes is when I used to teach at RISD, I get students who'd come in and I would require that they do minimum 6 thumbnail sketches. And they'd come in and every single sketch looked almost identical, in which case it's like there's not really a point to make thumbnail sketches. So one thing you guys want to aim for when you do thumbnail sketches is you really should have variety. Each sketch should be a very different take on whatever it is that you want to think about. Now, another thing that I think is handy, so we did draw this rectangle to get started with, but you know what I'm noticing here at the bottom, I have a tangent. So the leaf is pressing right up against the edge of the paper, and I don't like that. So what I sometimes do is I'll just take like another color and I'll crop in like this. So now I've redrawn the composition like that. And now I can see better that now the leaves are going off the page. And I like this a lot better as a composition, because in the other one, there was like all this dead space here, which I don't think was very helpful. Over here, there was a little bit of a tangent. So that's another reason you can do these rectangles, is because you can always crop in more, or you can actually zoom out. And if you just draw that random grid that I showed you guys, it gets really confusing very fast. Okay, let's do another one up here. I think for this one, I want to do something that's more elevated towards the top. So how about well, see, actually, I just did it. I just almost repeated this exact same composition. So don't do that, okay? Let's think about something a little bit different. Maybe if I focus more on this side, so let's put this orange here, and then this is the little leaf that's falling off the edge. So you're thinking about shapes, you're thinking about placement, you're not trying to impress anybody right now. Sure, if somebody just caught this stream on YouTube, they'd be like, you can't draw. Yeah, so this is not the time or the place to be trying to impress anybody, okay? All right, so that's another composition. And actually this one, I think I zoomed in too much. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna pull it out more. So I'm gonna take a different colored pencil. I'm gonna make this a lot bigger as a composition. And now, if I wanna go back in, let's say add more of this leaf and maybe show more of this corner on this side. Now you can actually see a little bit more of the crate, and I feel like I like that better. So these are the kinds of adjustments that are a pain in the butt to do when you've got your brushes and your paints and your mediums. This is the type of thing you guys want to work out in advance. We have a question from David who is saying, what's the matter with tangents? I think the issue with tangents is it just feels very awkward because you guys see this leaf here. So this leaf, it's close to the edge, but it's not like right on top of the edge. Or you have a leaf like this where it's just cut in half. It's just an awkward thing. I mean, I'm not saying all tangents are inherently terrible, but in general, they don't tend to work that great for composition. So it might be something that you guys want to consider, or at the very least, just be aware of it, that that can be something that happens. Chloe says, I recently started doing thumbnails after watching your videos, and wow, did I underestimate how helpful they are. Yeah, it takes a long time to figure out and to really experience why this process is really helpful, because I've had students at RISD say to me, yeah, Clara, I spent 10 weeks of your 12-week class not understanding thumbnails, and then it clicked one day. So it takes time. Okay, let's do one more thumbnail down here at the bottom. I think this one, if I look at the reference more carefully, maybe I want to do one. I'm trying to think about something that's not like these. So let's actually put the crate over here. Nah, let's put it down here. Let's make the crate really small. Put it at this distance, because actually there's these like really dramatic leaves that come down. And then this makes the oranges very small, actually probably way too small. I'm gonna guess right now, even before I draw the whole thing, that probably there's going to be way too much negative space, but like, don't worry about that. You'll fix that later, okay? So you guys might look at this sketch and say, oh, well, Clara, you barely drew anything. But the thing is, like, I can already tell from looking at this sketch that it's way too much background. Like, see, this is all background. Like half of this composition is just background, it's blank. I mean, yeah, there's a couple shadows back there, but it's nothing to write home about. So what I'm gonna do is the same thing, is I'm gonna actually go in, I'm gonna crop with my pencil with a different color. And maybe this time, let me think. I don't want it to look too much like this one though. So maybe I'll crop it like this. Okay, this is a little wild. This is tiny. So this is a really small portion of that. And now what I'm going to end up with is an image that actually does not have the crate in it at all. Now this thumbnail that I'm doing right here, this like teeny tiny one, because I decided to get rid of all this stuff here. This one's so small, I don't know what's going on. So if I were to pick this one, I definitely would have to draw another version, because this is like totally unusable. So what I'm going to do right now, you guys, I'm going to number these, and you're going to help me pick which one you would like me to do for this paint along. Okay, so the top one is number 1. This one is number 2. This one is number 3. And this one is number 4. Okay, and what I'm going to do is make the composition a little bit more clear. And not only do you guys have to pick one of these, but you have to tell me why you think that is the better composition. You guys thought this was a paint along. You're getting a lesson in composition. You guys can't escape composition. Composition is everywhere, especially in painting. It's not the type of thing that you can just forget about when you are working on something. I think especially in painting, it's just a lot more necessary. So I'm just making these a little bit darker so you guys can see them better. But yeah, tell me in the chat, which one do you like better? Number 1, number 2, or number 3? And tell me why. What is it about that one? Or maybe you guys want to tell me why you don't like number 1 or why you don't like number 3, because that is in itself very helpful as well. So I'm just adding a little bit of tone because that is sort of helpful as far as understanding a little bit of the shadows, like underneath this leaf. So in a thumbnail sketch, you don't need to go full out with shading, but it does help to know, okay, well, the shadow is here, the highlight is here, and then also to know, for example, that, okay, these leaves are quite dark. So this would be the next stage that I would probably bring the thumbnail to if I was going to really spend a lot of time on this, something more like this, and then maybe emphasizing something like that. So I get more comfortable with exactly what's going on here, and I can understand better what are some of the relationships or what are some of the things that I'm going to be thinking about when I actually get to the painting. So although this might feel unnecessary because you're like, oh, well, you already picked the sketch, it's not, though, because now what I'm trying to do is figure out, okay, well, where are the pockets of dark? Like, for example, most of this is actually all in shadow. So like this whole section here, which is the bottom part of the box, this is all shadow, okay? So at least I can understand that shape pretty well. And then here it gets like really dark because that's the inside. And the leaves are very dark. The leaves are like the darkest part of the whole piece. They're even darker, I would say, than the box. So I'm going to just really push that so I have a good understanding. So really what you're doing here is you're trying to understand, okay, what's going on here value-wise? What's happening in terms of the context and the lighting? Like here, I'll just do a little light shading on that orange. This leaf is really dark towards the bottom. So I think this step, it doesn't have to take a long time, but it does get you ready because now you start to see the composition as a bunch of abstract shapes, as opposed to just saying, oh, orange leaf box. You don't want to think about that. You want to start to look at the arrangement a little bit more carefully. And so like this little pocket of space that's underneath this leaf, that's a pretty important element. And actually here, probably I should show like there's these little black slits that come in, and this one's pretty dark too. All right. So does everybody see that literally only took about 15 minutes, okay? But I really feel much more prepared to go in. And that's not to say that you have to stay so incredibly faithful to this sketch. I mean, some things are going to fluctuate and that's fine, but it's better than just diving in totally blind with no plan at all, which for me would be terrifying. So anyway, this is the one that I'm going to do. And the other thing I'm going to do too, I think it's very helpful to have the sketch available. A lot of people do this. You guys are going to have to explain why people do this, but I have a lot of students. They spend all this time in these sketches. They do a great job, and then they put them away. I'm like, don't you want to look at it? Don't you want to reference what's going on with your sketch? So I just cut it out, and I just have it nearby like this, okay? I'm probably going to put it off the screen at some point, but in theory, I would put it over here on the side so I can actually look at it while I'm painting. So your time with the thumbnail sketch, it doesn't end after you guys finish drawing. It's just getting started. Like it's there for you very much as a guide. Okay, let's see what else people are saying in the chat. Nolan is saying, how do you feel about water mixable oils? I have not answered yet. And actually, guys, I have a confession. I have never used water mixable oil paints in my life. Never. So you know what? I'm just going to warn you right now, if you guys want to see something masterful, this is not the stream for you. Go watch somebody who has decades of experience, because I do not. This is one gigantic experiment. You guys have seen my Procreate streams. It's not going to be like that, but it's not going to be masterful. You're going to watch me stumble through it. I've never used these, but I've been very curious because I know a lot of people, obviously the hazards of oil painting, it's a big turnoff. If you have a home studio, you have to deal with disposal and all that. So I'm here, honestly, to get tips from you guys. So those of you who have used those of you who have used water mixable oil colors, I can take all the help I can get. So let me know if you've used it, any tips or tricks that you guys have. We have a question here. Bleepkin says, so you always refine the thumbnails, values, and everything after you choose the winner before the actual sketch. Yeah, because here's the thing, guys. If you guys look at this other page, okay, let me put these aside so you can see better. All right. I could have, in theory, drawn all 4 of these with full up value and stuff like that. I could have done that and then picked the sketch, but I didn't do that. I did the outlines, I picked the sketch, and then I did the value. So I end up saving time. I didn't do value on all 4 sketches. I only did it on 1 because that is the one I knew I wanted to spend time on. And so this is where thumbnails, they really become a time saver, which I know for a lot of people, it feels like it doesn't make any sense because people say, well, I'm just really eager. I want to get to the painting. I don't want to waste time. And I'm like, yeah, but by doing this, you're saving time so that you aren't having to do so much backtracking. And I think that gets very frustrating to people, always feel like they're backtracking. I know for me, I like to feel like I'm moving ahead. And if I have to go back and fix things multiple times, I feel like it just feels like a big bummer. So anyway, okay, let's get going. So the technique that I'm going to show you guys today is a monochrome technique. So I would recommend if you guys are painting, pick one color. It doesn't have to be any particular color. I happen to like using earth tones because I like earth tones. They're pretty. I mean, why do you think everybody likes terracotta clay? That's pretty much it. And so the tools that I have, for those of you guys who have a home studio, okay, see the stuff? I have it on my table right here. You just can't see it. This is freezer paper. It's here, and I just taped it down. I used my good friend blue painter's tape. I cannot live without this stuff. It's awesome. But freezer paper is so good. You know why? First of all, you can get it at any grocery store. It's so much cheaper than those disposable palettes you buy at art stores. And you guys, check this out. It's huge. So in theory, if you want like a giant palette, you can just cover your whole paper, your table, and have a gigantic palette. It's great because honestly, my gloss palette is still in storage. So I haven't had a chance to get it out. So freezer paper, really great thing to use if you guys have a home studio. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to start out just by putting a little blob here. I'm not going to have much of a palette today because it's just monochrome, so I don't think it really matters that much. But the thing I'm going to do is get my biggest brush. First of all, I'm just going to try it. I don't know what this stuff is like. I'm a little freaked out. So I've got a little bit of water here. And actually, Winsor Newton sent me all these mediums. So we have safflower oil, and we also have stand oil, which is basically like thick honey-like linseed oil. And we also have fast drawing medium, which is good for me because I get very impatient. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start with the safflower oil because I feel like the stand oil might be a little bit too much. Now, typically, I prefer buying little plastic squeeze bottles and pouring the oils in there. But again, it's the moving problem. I just moved, so I still cannot find half of my art supplies. So we're just going to start with these little jars. Not my favorite thing, but you know, whatever. That's okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is blend this up a little bit. And I'm just going to put a very thin wash. All right, it feels a little slippery, but you know, it has been a while since I've painted. But I don't mind the way this feels so far. I mean, I know a lot of people really wanted to hear my opinion of, okay, well, how does this compare against oil paint? So I'll let you know in a minute once I actually start doing something that's more painterly. But just to answer a question about the surface, I am using gesso board, which is made by Ampersand. They make clay board and they also make scratch board and all kinds of things. And you guys can find the link in the video description below. And the reason I'm not using a canvas is because my colleague and friend, Kathy Speranza, who, I shouldn't have thought about her. Now I'm going to get like serious self-esteem issues. Anyway, she's such a brilliant painter. But she had recommended to me painting it on panels, which honestly, I have not really done that much. I would say most of the time when I've painted, I've always painted with canvas. I guess I painted on paper. Like oftentimes I'll stretch paper and paint on that after it's been gessoed. But panels, I really have not spent a lot of time painting with. So I was very curious because Kathy Speranza only uses panels. And I sort of worship her painting. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be a Kathy Speranza wannabe. And I'm going to rip off my friend and just do all these things that she told me to do. So we'll start with that. Okay, so the concept behind this technique is you basically put down a ground that's like a mid-tone, okay? And I do think it is worth it to blend it out so it is a little bit smooth. I mean, I don't need it to be perfect, but I just feel like if you have crazy brush strokes and patterns, it's just a little bit distracting. So I'm just going to go back and forth and smooth a lot of this out so it's a little bit easier to deal with, okay? All right, let's start with that. All right, here we go. So what I usually like to do is I start with a pretty small brush. There's lots of different types of brushes. This is my favorite type of brush. This is actually a bigger version of it. This is called a Filbert. I like these because they're a little bit rounded at the edges and they're longer. I don't tend to like these ones as much. This one, which is a little bit more square, these feel a little bit stiff for me. I tend to like these Filberts better, but you know, whatever floats your boat, it really does not matter. Okay, so I'm gonna get out my reference and I've got my thumbnail nearby and I'm going to take the paint and I'm just gonna sketch. I'm not gonna actually do any painting. But before I do that, I'm gonna take a quick peek in the chat and see what people are asking. Marcelie says, how do you flawlessly do a wash? Well, these are the only supplies I have right now. I just took safflower oil. You guys might be able to use water. I don't know. I mean, I suspect that maybe with water, it might break down the pigment too much. That's why I didn't do water. I mean, I know you obviously you can use water to wash the brushes, but in general, if I'm painting with oils, I don't usually like to paint with solvents. I'd much rather use a mixture of an oil medium. That tends to be a lot better. All right, let's see what else people are saying. Yeah, C. Cantrell says, I feel like I'm in another dimension because water and oil don't mix. Don't even try to ask me about the science of this stuff, you guys, because I really have no idea, and I am not very scientific when it comes to painting. Okay, let's get going. So I have my reference photo there, and let me pull this up. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to try really hard to fluctuate between the reference photo and also my thumbnail. Because if I don't do that, I'm going to get lost really fast, guys. Ooh, this is really slippery. Okay, hang on. A lot of squinting has to happen, guys. So I'm just going to really quickly block stuff in. It's going to look like crap. I'm telling you guys, you want to see something masterful? This is not the stream for you. Go watch something else. watch James Gurney paint gouache. That is truly masterful. He's incredible. But you're not going to see fireworks tonight. I'm sorry to tell you that. This is me troubleshooting, figuring things out, seeing how things are, and giving you guys the real deal. Art is messy. It is not always masterful. It's oftentimes very, very confusing. And I'm going to guess you're going to see a lot of that today. All right. All right. So that's a super ultra quick sketch. And what I need to do now is just stop myself for a second and see where that is because it's so easy to get like way off. Like I'm already seeing that this is where that edge is. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? I might just draw with the, no, that's not going to work. Okay. I was going to say I was going to draw with the back, but that's not going to work out so great. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to fix this. And actually, I'm going to use these paper towels. I don't know if you guys have seen these before, but these are blue shop towels. Look at the complementary colors. The orange and the blue. Sorry. The big dork in me wants to see all that. Anyway, the reason I like these shop towels is that they're like paper towels, but they're a little bit more durable than regular paper towels. And so I like using them for that reason. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And let's see. I got to make some changes. This is going to be a big mess, guys, because I can already see that I didn't place that so great. Really what I need to do is place that. But the thing is, I want to make sure I get this like corner over here. Oh, this feels like a terrible blobby mess. Oh, see, this is like, you know what this is, you guys? This is the anti-tutorial. You know how tutorials are supposed to be people like doing, woo, this is like amazing thing and I'm so good at it. This is the anti-tutorial. Yeah, it's sort of like those of you guys who watch or know Superman. It's like Bizarro tutorial, you know? It's like the tutorial where you don't learn anything. You just watch people mess up, which actually is a big part of learning, is watching people mess up. Okay, now I'm looking at this, and I don't like that either. That's way too high up. I don't think I'm getting enough of the oranges. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually move this all the way down here. I'm sure you guys cannot follow what I'm doing, but you know what? I don't care because I have to do this if I want to do anything that's remotely... Ugh, okay, this looks like crap. You know what I'm going to do? Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more line work, and then I'm going to go right into the rag. So I'll show you guys what that looks like in a minute, because honestly, I'm just making this up as I go along. This is not anything more sophisticated than that. I know people expect things to be more fancy, but sorry, it just isn't sometimes. Sometimes you're just like a Neanderthal artist just trying to work things out. Okay, all right, now I've painted everything way too many times, but here's what I'm going to do next. I'm going to take my cotton rags and I'm going to just go at it, because honestly, the rag is the part of this that I love. Oh, that feels better. Dude, why didn't I start with the rag? The rag is way better. Okay, so this is like a subtractive technique where basically you come in and you use the rag to pull out highlights. You can do this on a canvas, but from what I've seen, it seems to be easier to do on panel because it's just like a lot smoother. But it's up to you guys. I think this is not enough. I think I need to go all the way out there. Okay. Because this is a take somewhat on this technique that I do for charcoal, which I'm sure you guys have seen me do, where you put down vine charcoal and then you remove some of the highlights and then you add the darks. So this is sort of like a riff on that, okay? Now, this is handy because I can start to look at some of the negative space. Like there's this white that is actually behind the box, and then this leaf like comes in. So that's another thing, is it will get you to see past just the most obvious things. Like here is a little bit of negative space. So you end up really painting around things, which I think is great in terms of making sure you remember to do those backgrounds that we all like to put off so much. Okay, let's see. A lot of squinting here, a lot of squinting and a lot of stepping back. Okay. Yes, this is a mess. Yes, I know, but too bad. You got to start that way. I'm just looking at these three highlights because that's a way to group all of those together. And then just little patches, again, of that negative space. And I know that sounds weird because a lot of people would say, well, why don't you just wipe it out rather than painting like around? But I actually think it just helps me think about it more sculpturally. So that way I can think more about the volume and about the form and not get distracted by other things. Okay, I don't like this angle. I think this angle is not as dramatic So I have it, although I'm working at a funny angle because of my webcam. So a lot of this, while it is similar to what I would do, it's not quite the same thing. So, okay. Now I'm going to just step back and squint and let's see how we're doing. But I think it's time to get more specific. Still going to do some rag stuff. And, I might end up just destroying the whole thing. But I don't know. I think painting's sort of like that. It's a resurrection process. Like you murder your painting, you bring it back. It's just sort of the way it works, Okay. A lot of squinting, a lot of stepping back. I mean, if I wasn't glued to this position because of the stream, I totally would be getting up and looking from a distance. I mean, you guys can probably see my drawing face right now because I'm just really leaning back like this and not looking at details. I just want to get the big forms going. Let's really get rid of, oh, crap. That was a big mess. Okay, hello, blue shop towel. I need you to rescue me. Just get rid of that. Okay, let's put that over there. All right. I think the beginning of a painting, guys, give me your best analogy for what the beginning of a painting feels like to you. For me, I would say it feels like a slippery fish out of water. You can't really control it. It's doing its own thing and you feel very out of control. I feel very mushy right now. That's how the beginning of a painting makes me feel. So tell me how it makes you guys feel. All right. Because I really want the lighting to come across. Okay, let's do this. I'm putting away this big brush and I'm going to get back into the small brush. I mean, typically I don't like to use these small brushes, but when I'm just like sketching stuff in, okay, now I really have to, okay, I'm really going to show you guys how I paint. I look like a weirdo. Like I really have to like do this. And you know what? That's too picky. I don't like this. Okay. Who else is having this narrative in their head? Because I just thought to myself, okay, Clara, you're going to go in and you're really going to like sketch stuff out and get a better grip on the image. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go back to this big ass brush so that I can start to really look for planes. That's what I really need to be doing right now. So let's try to do some big strokes that are bigger than I'm comfortable with, that I don't want to make the piece get too picky too fast. So this brush that I'm using is way too big. It's not what I want right now, but that's why you need it. So those of you guys who paint in a picky manner with teeny tiny brushes in the beginning, you're not going to do that. You're using a big fat brush that is so much bigger than you want it to be, but it's going to get you guys to not pick. Because in the beginning of the painting, you can't do that. You can't pick. So I'm just going to build up some of these larger shapes, like especially down here. I might try the slow dry medium only because it's a live stream. I think it's harder for me to take my time to layer. Yeah, okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm glad I'm using this big paintbrush. Like, even though this paintbrush is way bigger than I would like it to be, it's still, I think, helping me keep track of the big shapes. Because that's the biggest issue, you guys. I think in painting, people just go for the little stuff too fast. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to get some of the paint out of my brush, so that way my brush is a little bit more dry. And you know what? I think I am going to whip out the fast drying medium because it feels a little slippery right now. So let's just try it. Maybe I'll regret it. I have no idea. We'll see. This is one big experiment, you guys. That's what this all is. Okay, so I'm just going to throw a little bit of that in here and let's see how it works. I hope it doesn't mess up my lighting because sometimes the lighting gets funky when the stuff gets really glossy. Okay, I'm just going to throw in some of that. Let's just see what happens. If it's terrible, whatever. Okay. Let's try to paint more deliberately. I think I'm sort of awake, I hope. And I'm going to build it maybe a little thicker than I think I should. And I want to block in like where are the darkest darks. Be more like this. So yeah, I guess the thing is it doesn't feel as what's the word? I feel like these water mixable paints, they are more slippery. They're a little bit softer feeling. I feel like the oil has a little bit more substance to it. They don't feel that similar, though. I will tell you that. They definitely feel different. I mean, I almost would say it doesn't really feel like, well, I don't know. It's really hard to describe. Let me do a little bit more and maybe I can get more specific. But right now, it doesn't have the like bite that I really, really like about oil painting. I'm not getting that right now. It does feel very slippery. That's maybe the thing I don't like, because I like my stuff to have a little bit of a bite to it. So that could be just my personal thing. But that is definitely something I'm noticing right now about the stuff. Okay, so let's get in this like, all right, this is thicker than I would like it to be, but I'm getting the feeling that I need to build up more to get this to not look horrible. So let's just build it up. And if it's really bad, we can always wipe it away. That's the thing I kind of like about this technique, is having that ability to do that. Okay, and I'm trying to really focus on big shapes. Don't get caught up into those little things. I promise I won't. I was so, like, when I was in school, I was the worst. Like, everything that I bother you guys about, I was like total example of what not to do. So much in art school. I was sort of a late bloomer. I don't know. Like, I was talking to somebody the other day that I think I'm a better teacher than I am artist, because I don't know, teaching feels more natural to me. Like the whole painting process to me did not feel that natural. So anyway, okay, I don't know. I also feel kind of crappy right now because I feel like I should be thinking about marks and experimenting, but I'm so distracted by the weirdness of this material that I'm actually having a hard time doing that right now. But I think that does happen. I think when you are working with different material, you just can't do everything all at once. It's too difficult. So if you are finding that that is the case, that's fine. I think that's totally cool. Okay, more squinting. And actually, I got to get my rag back. Where's my rag? I think there's some funky shape stuff back here. All right, let me get this further up. At the very least, I think what I should do is just get down the dark of the leaves. So that's established. So we get a full value range. I'm not that worried about the drawing yet, because the drawing will come later. But I need to show that, okay, there's this big stem that comes up that connects here to here. That matters more, you guys, than, oh, the nuance on the left side of the orange. Like, who cares about that? That doesn't really matter so much. What does matter, though, is blocking in the big shapes. Okay, so here I am going to take out the small brush just because I'm not going to be able to paint that section without it. And I guess there's like a big blob over here. Yeah, that's kind of coming up like that. Yeah. Also, I'm painting flat right now just because it's easier for the setup, but that's not really my preference. Like, I'd rather be on an easel, but whatever. This is just easier from a live streaming tech issue point of view. Although it is making me nervous how close this is to my laptop, but whatever, that's fine. We'll survive. Okay. And down here, maybe some indication of that black spot towards the bottom. I'm going to do glazing, and I'm going to build it up thinly, because I've always wanted to be one of those people. I really did. But I can't do it, guys. Like, I just tried. I couldn't do it. So let's just go back to what I sort of have more of a handle on. And that's okay. I think that things are chaotic in the beginning, and it's okay to give yourself a little bit of that leeway. Because I do know a lot of students, they give themselves a hard time. They say, oh, well, I said I was going to experiment with this, and I was going to really push myself here. I'm like, you can't push yourself all the time on everything. You just can't. There's certain times when you just say, it's okay for me to just be lazy and do a not so hot job here. It's fine. That's okay. When you're learning, you gotta there's some things you gotta let them go. You gotta go crazy. Or at least I would. Okay, so let me, you know what I gotta do? I gotta make sure the oranges don't get too light. So actually, thinking this through, I'm trying to figure out a good strategy. Maybe if I darken up the leaves back here, and I maybe get this more to like a mid-tone, more like this, because actually the oranges are not that light. I think I just did that in the beginning because I needed something, but now let me just make them a little bit darker because I want to not sacrifice all those highlights. It's nowhere near that bright. So let's just block that in. Like really, actually, the brightest highlight is the one in the orange in the back. And so if you guys have not done that, you might try to really keep that in mind because I think it's easy to lose track of that pretty quickly. All right, let me just clean up a little bit of this stuff up here because I do need to draw a little bit more accurately what's going on. Anybody feel out of shape? Like out of shape painting, out of shape? Like that's how I feel right now. Because like I don't get to draw all the time, but I have been drawing quite a bit for the draw alongs. Like we've been doing the Procreate stuff and everything. And so I wouldn't say I'm in like Olympic level shape for drawing. But I mean, oh my God, I swear the last time I painted, I think it was like before the pandemic, which was a long time ago, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm not feeling it. But this is refreshing for me. And I enjoy doing something that's just a change of pace. Like, tell me in the chat, you guys, when's the last time you painted? Was it yesterday? Was it 6 years ago? Be honest. You can tell me. I'm here telling you I haven't painted in a long time and I'm the one leading the tutorial. So let me know. I'm just curious. Because it's okay, I think, for things to come in and out of your life. It's okay. You don't have to always be doing something for so long. You know, I gave up color, I think around 2004. I just was like, dude, I'm done with color. I hate you. And I had this like wonderful, blissful couple of years with no color and it was great. But then when I started art prof, people really wanted to learn about color for good reason. I was like, crap, I have to start doing color again. like I don't mind teaching about color. I like that. It's fun to talk about color. And of course, I've got Lauren here, who is a teaching artist, and she really helps me with that. But like in my own personal work, I'm not into color for my work. I'm not saying I don't like color in general. Okay. Trying to get this tilt of this leaf and build that up. I feel like, hang on, I gotta like really squint. All right, let's go back. Oh, shoot, I think it's a drawing issue. See, it's hard because I feel like in painting, I'm never quite sure, should I be drawing or should I be painting? Because even though I'm holding a brush, like if I'm just doing stuff like this, to me, this feels more like painting, okay? But if I take this and I'm like fixing angles, like that to me feels more like drawing. And of course, everybody has different takes on, oh, what's drawing and whatever, but I definitely have two different mindsets. Like right now, I'm just thinking about the stroke. Whereas when I take the little brush, at least at this stage, I feel like I'm more just sketching things out. And actually, speaking of that, we should probably work on some of these tones a little bit better. And I guess this comes a little bit lower like that. Okay, yeah, let's build this up. Yeah, I wasn't thinking I was going to have to build it up so much, but I feel like I am needing to do that. Not sure if it's the paint or if it's me. Hard to tell. So many factors to be considering. I am having fun though. As much as I think my painting is a total wreck, this is fun. It's fun because I don't feel like I have to do a great job. I mean, there are a lot of people watching right now, but whatever. Let's try to not think about that. I mean, if you haven't gotten over it at this point, I'm not going to get over it. Okay, let's bring out some more rag and I'm going to like really show off this highlight. This one's going to be a little less. And this one's actually bigger. I think I sort of lost it a little bit. Okay, now I'm really going to pull out back here. And actually for this, I might I don't know if this is going to work. Let me just dip my rag into some water. Oh yeah, that did work. Okay, cool. So that's something you guys can do. If you want to make this a lot lighter, just dip your rag in the water, and then that's going to pull more off the panel like that. And that'll make it much brighter. Actually, I might need to tone down the contrast because I can see in the webcam that the saturation is a little bit too much. Okay, it's a little bit better. Yeah, and sorry for the glare. I'll see next time. It's hard because you start the painting from scratch, and so I can't always tell exactly the light until the paint is actually on the canvas, which is not going to happen until after. But this does give me the chance to go in and just remove some of these areas, so the rag will take care of some of that. There. So in theory, if this was regular oil paint, you would be dipping your rag into like Gamsol or your solvent, and that would then get rid of that. So actually, let me go back to my reference photo so I can take a better look. Let's see. I want to really get something a lot cleaner going on in that area, like especially here. Let's really pull that out. Definitely some drawing issues right now, but I'm less concerned about that and more concerned about really getting just a value range established. I don't care that much about the nuances just yet. I'm not close to that. Okay, so like there's this really bright, like white negative space here. That is definitely an area I want to take the rag and really make that very clear and bright. That's going to be better. Okay, yeah. And then here too, like this is really bright up there. Let's get behind. Oh, that's a mess. Sheesh, terrible. I know that we can't release those studio tutorials. I mean, unless Bill Gates gives me lots of money, it can hire a big army of video editors, which I'm sorry, it's not happening anytime soon. We can't produce those very often because they just take so long. But one of the things I do like about those studio tutorials is that we can get it accurate, like as accurate as possible. And that makes me feel much better. Whereas with the live streams, it's just the quality is just not good enough. The technology just isn't there that yet. Probably in like, I don't know. Actually, it'll probably be sooner than we think, but it just isn't up to par with shooting, for example, on a DSLR with like full out lights and editing. It's just not the same thing, unfortunately. That's what artists do. That really is just the lay of the land sometimes. So that's not necessarily a bad thing. And when I got back, I made this new body of work that actually ended up winning me an artist grant. So sometimes it's worth the wait if you can hack it. I mean, not everybody can necessarily. Sort of depends on your personal situation, but it happens. It's fine to take those breaks. I mean, when students talk to me, they're like, "Oh my God, I haven't drawn in 2 weeks." I'm like, "You're fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally okay." So many facets of artist guild that we didn't. We were like, "Yeah, oh yeah, there is that and that." So it was very interesting. Okay. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on the rag. And you know what we need? We need some more articulation down here. Again, not the part of the painting I'm the most excited about, but let's just try it for now because I can't ignore it forever, right? So a lot of this is like putting it down and then getting rid of it. And that's okay for that to be the process. Okay, let me see. Right now, it still feels too mushy for me, but I think I do want to start to hint a little bit, and maybe like just some dabbing with the rag, because I think sometimes the thing about the rag is people feel like they need to like push it around all the time, but you don't. Sometimes just dabbing it almost like a sponge can be a really good way to do that. So I'm going to really pull out. Oh, that feels good. I love these highlights. They're just like, they feel really good when you put them in. Let me get in and maybe make this a little bit less. I think I went a little overboard in that area. But I want to really, at the very least, I want to leave this painting before it dries with a general feeling of light. I care more about light than I do about the shape of the oranges. I know that sounds weird, but I feel like the shape is fairly cosmetic. I mean, you can go in and fix it, but lighting, it's like if you're missing the lighting, you're like missing the whole thing. And so that's really why I'm like really focusing on that right now. Yeah. Okay. So let's do a little dabbing, maybe like lift up some of this stuff. Let's see what we can do. Like, I don't want to take out too much. Oh, this is becoming so messy, guys. By the way, who's painting with me? And who's drawing? I mean, it's fine. You guys don't have to paint. If you just have colored pencils, you can totally just do that. But I know some people are painting, which is awesome too. So whatever you guys have. All right, let's build this up. Oh, this feels so mushy. The other thing is I don't like working small. Sorry. I feel like I'm just complaining. I don't know. That's sort of a state of mind for a lot of us artists. That is, I don't know. We have so many problems. Like, like, you know, normal people think they have problems, but we artists, it's just, everything is so dramatic. I guess that's why I like teaching art. It's just, there's never a dull moment. Everything's so exciting all the time. All right, let's build up. Let's really build up these blacks, okay? And you know what? I might regret doing this later because it's a little thicker than I would like it to be, but I need this as an anchor for this painting right now. So yeah. Ugh, this does not feel good, guys. Ugh. Now I'm like really regretting this. You guys sure you want me to do these paint alongs? Like, they're going to be challenging, especially because painting is so slow. It's so slow compared to drawing. It's like, oh my God, the patience. This is why I'm not a painter, because I don't have a lot of patience. And I get frustrated with my work really fast when I'm painting. So tell me, guys, who here is patient? Because there are some artists out there, and I'm just like, crap, I suck. Actually, that orange got a little bit too small. I think I'm going to lift a little bit of this out. Yeah, let's make that a little bit wider. I think I killed that right now. I don't know. I sort of feel like I'm trying to tackle too many things all at once. I feel a little bit scatterbrained right now. I don't know. It could just be the whole... See, here's the thing, though. When I paint, I don't have high expectations because I've accepted that I'm just not that good of a painter compared to a lot of other people. But you know what? Okay, tell me, you guys, if you agree with this or not. Sometimes I actually think it's frustrating to see somebody who's so good at what they do that it just feels untouchable. For example, I'm sure some of you guys have seen the tutorial, the pencil and pen tutorial that Song Kang did for us. I mean, Song is just pen and ink goddess. She's incredible. But when I watched her do that tutorial, I was like, dude, this is a masterclass, okay? I feel like after watching her tutorial, sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to try because I can't do remotely as good of a job. And so maybe me not being good at this will help you learn more because it won't be as, well, it definitely will not be masterful. I can tell you that. But I just know that sometimes I look at people who are just so good that I just like can't even go there. So I don't know. Maybe this is the new way to teach. Get somebody who's not good at it, and maybe you can see something by watching them struggle. I think sometimes that's part of it too. Sometimes I think some people are not good teachers because they're too good at it. It's like they can't understand like why anybody would not be able to do it in 2 seconds. And I'm like, because we're not good at it like you are. All right, maybe more in here. I mean, on the other hand, I'm not saying it's not amazing to learn from somebody who's masterful and incredible. I'm just saying that there's different aspects and different ways of learning. Like I know some people just get intimidated really quickly. So yeah, that is definitely something that I've thought about. All right, let's do a little bit more work. I don't know. Like I really like some of the shape here, but I feel like I got a little bit too aggressive. It's a little bit hard to tell. Maybe I think I just need to go a little slower. And you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to do what I learned in my watercolor tutorial, which is that, okay, so you guys know John Singer Sargent. I hate that guy. Ugh. Hate that guy as in I'm super jealous. Not that I hate his work. But when I look at a John Singer Sargent painting, all I can think is that he went with all these brushes in like 2 seconds. And then I feel really crappy, and it makes me feel like I have to paint like that. But you know what? I didn't do that with my watercolor tutorial. In fact, I slowed down, and actually that was the difference. When I slowed down with the watercolor, I was able to do much more, much better. So maybe I need to try that with oils. I don't know. Maybe that will help me get it to come across. Oh, shoot. I keep losing these highlights. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done this technique with oils in a long time, so I'm not so sure this is the best comparison. I mean, what we can do is maybe build up on this painting and see where I take it. I might keep it monochrome, but I also might just use this as an underpainting. I mean, who knows? Let's just make it up as we go along. I think sometimes things are just more fun that way. Ooh, that's not fun. Did everybody see that? That's a little bit of dry brushing. Sorry, I know you can't see it very well because of the glare. I'll do the best I can. Maybe build up some of this. All right, this is feeling a little better. Not great, but I'm starting to kind of get a handle on this. Let me just get in this little bit on that leaf so it doesn't feel so flat. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to slow down and get the values closer to where I want them to be. They're not going to be precise, but I feel like I lost a lot of my midtones. So let's try this. At the very least, I want to darken a couple areas that I think are a little bit too much. Oh, you know what else? There's this cast shadow here. Does everybody see that? This is really pretty. The little cast shadow that is from this orange that's casting onto this one. So let me try that. Ooh, that's really fun. Okay, cool. So, shoot. All right, let's try that. That's a little bit better. Okay, let's see. We need more down here. Because what I'm trying to do is just get like the essential volume. I don't need these oranges to have texture. I don't need them to look perfect and polished, but I do need to get the essence of the value, which in this case, it's pretty dark down here towards the bottom. Yeah. I don't know. See, here's the thing. I go back and forth about the paint drying thing, because I know some people hate that acrylics dry fast. Some people hate that oils take forever to dry. And yes, there's retarders that you can buy and slow dry medium and stuff like that. But I guess in the beginning of a painting, I do want it to dry faster. And then as I go further on, I don't mind if it takes longer. So maybe if I were to go through this again, I probably would use a lot of the slow dry medium, try to really push the drying process, and then go from there. Because you know what? You're going to mess up the first time you paint. That's just going to happen. And you have to realize that, okay, well, next time, let's try that. That would be my takeaway from today's session, is probably the way I'd go about doing it. Okay, let's try that. And I do want to bring this leaf back because I sort of lost some of this. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm looking and I'm squinting at this highlight and how this highlight's just a little bit lighter than that leaf. And I'm going to pull that out because otherwise the leaf gets a little bit buried. So a lot of this is like, how does this look compared to this? How dark is the leaf compared to the orange? How dark is the carton compared to the leaf? Those are all things to be thinking about. Okay. I'm going to lift a little more here because I feel like I lost the edge of that. And actually, this is pretty smooth over here. So let me just take this and blend that out. And, oh, you know, I totally lost this too. There's this little corner down here, a pretty important negative space that we don't want to lose. And I'm going to pull out some of this as well. So yeah, I guess now just subdividing and getting into some of the less like super obvious values. I mean, I can't help myself. I just love dark stuff. I love strong highlights. It's just so fun. Like, what's not to like about all that? Okay, let's build that up. And yeah, actually, I didn't realize there's this like separation because I think there's an orange like underneath this one. So I'm going to bulk that up and then maybe actually pull out some in here like that. Oh, crap, but then I just lost my shadow. Ugh. I think, okay, this is what I need. I need to show like a, crap. Okay, that was a bad move. Maybe that brush really is too big right now. But I'm sticking with it because I think if I go to the little one, I'm going to get really picky. I just know it. That's so in my nature to do that. Yeah, let's do another pass of some darks because it would be nice to be able to reference that later on when I come back to the piece. Yeah, I'm not sure. This might just be an underpainting. It might not be. I mean, I'm not usually somebody that does a ton of underpaintings. Like Alex Rowe is really into his underpaintings. I'm not that into it, but it might be something that I try. I'm not sure. This is all bit one gigantic experiment, guys. None of this is remotely for sure. Okay. Yeah, maybe a little bit less there. Let's block that. Yeah, I feel like this whole area got a little bit too dark. All right, let's see what people are in the chat saying. Let's see. Some more different textures in here. Yeah, like, do you guys see how that's a lot more textured? Like, it's so smooth over here. And actually, that's sort of perfect for these oranges because they have that texture in the rind that's actually quite beautiful. So I'm just going to spend some time with the rag and just pull out some areas, because the thing about this technique is you can't get it lighter once it's dry. So this is my opportunity to do that. And actually, I want to see if maybe I can scrape it with a palette knife. Okay, that was a bad idea because my palette knife is dirty. So if you do that, you probably want a clean palette knife. But I just want to see if this works. Not sure it will, but I guess the other thing I really want to try is I want to rip off my friend Kathy Speranza because I'm really jealous of her painting techniques. And she taught me all these cool things that I really want to try. I feel that looking at her work, if I had studied painting with her, maybe I would have had a better experience, but too late to do that. So I can start now. But one thing that she does in her paintings that I love, she's really good at utilizing soft, subtle edges. And I've always been somebody who was so reliant on like crisp, really articulate, solid marks. So I'm going to think about maybe trying to make this painting a little bit softer and more atmospheric, because I've done the whole realistic painting thing. I'm just not sure I need to do that again. I want to experiment and try something that feels different. So what I might do in this process is try to let go of some of these edges. And I have a feeling that's going to make me feel very insecure and mushy. Too bad. Let's try it, okay? Madeline is saying, this makes me want to try water-soluble oils. You should. I mean, this is so convenient. You guys, I am painting like on my laptop. I would never dream of doing something like that if this was regular oil paints. It's just, it would never, ever happen. So definitely give it a shot. I mean, it is a lot of materials that you have to get, but from what I've seen, they go pretty far. I mean, unless you paint really, really thick, that sort of changes things. Okay, it's not rubbing off that great, but I'm going to still give it a shot. Somebody is doing some construction outside. It's a little bit loud. Sorry about that. Yeah, this isn't rubbing off that great. I wonder if I'm going to try something. Just so you guys know, this is one big experiment. I'm just wondering, maybe if I use the oil, I wonder if that will be stronger in terms of removing some of the paint because the water is not getting me that far. Whoa, you guys, okay. That was cool. All right. Oh, man. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so if I dip it, oh, that's awesome, guys. Oh, I'm so stoked. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, I'm so excited now. Okay. Let's use the linseed oil. And actually, I like to put them in little jars like this. This is a little bit handier to deal with. Oh, that's cool. Oh, guys, I'm so excited now. I was thinking before, oh, this stinks. I really want to lift more. And that's, again, why I decided to do this tutorial sooner, because I was like, oh, man, if this dries on me, I'm going to be really sad. It's going to be a mega bummer. So, yeah. And you know what else I'm going to do today? I'm going to try to get away from the reference photo more. Because last week I was really married to it. And this week I just want to play around some more. So like here, I'm softening up that edge. I'm going to go back in and do that later. And I'm going to try to work a lot slower because last time I just felt like I was painting faster than my brain could absorb. And I didn't like that. That was not fun. It felt too out of control. Okay. And actually, I should get down and do something similar to the leaves. This is actually easier because I guess I did this paint along a few days ago, but actually the leaves are still pretty wet. And the dark areas are totally wet still. So it really, the only thing that set up for me was the light areas, like the highlights, those got pretty dry, but everything else is still fairly on the wet side, which is good. And I would also tell you guys that I like working on paintings when they're a little tacky. So it's this strange, like in between stage where parts of it are wet, other parts are like dry, but not a lot. Actually, a lot of this is still pretty tacky. I like the paint to be sticky. I guess that's what it is. I like it to have some, I don't know what the word is, stickiness? I don't know. Maybe that's the word for it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just dipping in the linseed oil and I'm trying to pull out some of these areas. And this is way too light, but again, I'm making it too light on purpose so that when I go back in and I work on it, I can just easily make it darker. Because in this particular technique, it's easier to make things darker than it is to make them lighter. So that's why I'm airing. Oh man, I just totally ruined that. All right, let's get out some of the paint. And my plan for the painting today, at least the additive part, is to put it on really thin. I'm going to do all glazes today. I mean, I might do a couple spots where maybe I say correct things. Like if there's a drawing issue, I might do that. But today, my plan is to work on glazing. Glazing is so fun and so satisfying. So does everybody see how thin that is? And then I can also go back in with some of that. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time with the brush though, because I definitely want to get back into the rag and see what's going. So you guys can see the pace is really different on the second layer. It's just not the same thing. Okay, that looks really crappy. I'm going to just wipe this whole thing away because I feel like that just looks strange and segmented. Half of me wants to go in and paint it very realistically because that's what I was trained to do with painting. The other half of me wants to just go all crazy atmosphere. I might just do that. But I'm just warning you guys, it might not look good for like a long time, if ever. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you guys want to see a realistic painting. I don't know. Or maybe you want to see me experiment and mess up. I'd rather experiment. So too bad. That's what we're going to do. It's not fun for me otherwise. So that means there's going to be a bunch of areas where I'm just going to remove stuff. I'm going to make things a lot more mushy. And then, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it mushy and atmospheric. And then I'm going to go in it and I'm going to pick out very particular parts to sharpen. Okay, so like back here, oh crap, I just dipped my hand into the linseed oil. Okay, I'm going to like really lift out this leaf make it more ghost-like. So here's where, you guys, I'm really going to depart from the reference. I think paintings are more interesting when the reference is not so clear-cut. I think when you can make it a little bit more of a departure point and not so much something that really determines exactly what the drawing is going to look like. Okay, so yeah, let's just go to town. Too bad, guys. No realistic painting. Sorry. You're getting an experiment instead. I know it's not as fun to watch. I know, well, because I do feel that on YouTube, a lot of it is about, oh, make it as realistic as possible. And a lot of people want to know what it's going to look like. I don't know what this is going to look like. I really don't. I have no idea. It could look horrible by the time I'm done, or it could be a fun experiment. At the very least, hopefully it shows you guys that you can mess around. It's fine. It's fine to mess around. It really is. Yeah, let's just lose all these edges. I might really regret this later, but for now I'm having fun. That's all that really matters. Let's pull out more. Oh, that feels good. Oh, that feels great. You guys ever have parts of your paintings where you're like, oh man, that feels amazing. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is more fun. Let's just work with the rag for a little bit. I think the rag is really underestimated. I think a lot of people don't realize what an incredible painting tool it really is. And so actually, I need to use a bigger brush, and I'm going to get my paint really thin. And let's just, again, lose these edges, because I don't like these edges. They're kind of annoying. So here you can see how tacky the paint is. It's not very even, but maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I got to really back off on the blacks, because I'm such a value person that I do find myself returning to blacks and relying on them way too much. So I'm going to try to purposefully not do that, because I know it's something that I do too much. It's a crutch for me. So sometimes that's good. So tell me, you guys, for those of you who are in the chat right now, maybe you're painting or drawing along. In the beginning, it's just like one thing at a time, okay? Like, let's not get too ambitious. I'm all for being ambitious, but I think when you guys are learning a new material, you do have to be reasonable, right? I mean, I definitely have had students who they bite off too much. It's too much going on, and I'm like, no. I'd rather you do something simple, really learn something, than try to do too much and just get super frustrated. Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to pull up, because these oranges have a real form to them. And again, this feels mushy, but I'm so going to resist the temptation to go in and articulate stuff. I'm really going to try to do that. So yeah, my pace is going to be real slow today, you guys. If you want to see fireworks, this is not the stream. I don't know. I feel like painting tutorials are not that exciting because I work so slow. I feel like the drawing tutorials are more exciting, but I don't know. According to the views, it seems like people like the painting tutorials more. Maybe it's the color, maybe because painting is more popular. I don't know, but I feel that drawing is more exciting to draw, but that could just be me. I just have a thing for drawing. It just feels more, what's the word? Primitive? I don't know. Painting is so pretty and refined. I mean, I guess it depends on how you paint. I mean, if you're like Soutine, I guess that's not really the case. Look up Soutine, Soutine. Oh, he's got these incredible paintings of hanging carcasses of beef. Yeah, that is definitely not pretty painting. It's awesome. I love it. It's a lot to maintain, and I am really on my own in terms of admin and stuff like that. I really wish we could hire an admin so I wouldn't have to work on spreadsheets so much. But unfortunately, unless Bill Gates steps in, it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. So we'll see. Okay, I just want to, does everybody see there's this beautiful cast shadow that is being cast from this orange onto this orange? So I'm just taking a minute with my brush to enhance some of that. That's probably a little bit too much. So let's just Soften that up a little bit. I do think little parts of shadows like this, they're pretty important. This is not really something you can get rid of. And I do want to try this brush. This is a fan brush, and I've never used one of these before. But again, my friend Kathy Speranza uses it a lot. I'm like, okay, well, she uses it, then there must be a good use. Which is funny because I think about that brush more as being, how should we say? I think about it more like a watercolor brush. I think it's a little weird. Oh, you know what else we need to do, guys? We need to do some dry brushing. Okay, so let's do this. Let's pull out all kinds of textures with the rags. And then let's get in with some dry brushing. Because what I don't like about this painting right now, it's too smooth. I don't like that. I want to have some texture. So that way it feels a little bit more structured. Like this leaf was so mushy before. But if you look at it, there are like these planes in this. And so I want to just lift a little bit out of here. And I'm telling myself in my head, don't be afraid of texture. Because there is a part of me that just wants to smooth everything out. I don't know why. Maybe because it just feels good. But I'm trying to resist that because I want texture. I want structure in my paintings as much as I can. Yeah, see, like just lifting that out of the leaf, in my opinion, makes it feel a lot less flat and a lot less monotonous. And I don't want that. So I'm just going to go in here, actually, maybe with a brush with no medium, like a really, really dry brush. Let's see if this, oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, it's so tacky. I love that. Love tacky paint. Some people might think, oh, tacky paint's not good because it is weird, but let's just try maybe some more texture in here. Oh, that's kind of nice. I sort of like that. It's a little bit monotonous, but we'll work on it. Actually, here's a little drawing thing. I also want to make little fixes. So like here, there's this dark separation between the oranges. I'm not going to make it as dark as it is in the photo, but I definitely want something there because otherwise it's going to be really unclear. Yeah, sorry guys, painting is slow. I just can't paint faster. It's just, I know it's more entertaining when I draw faster, but I just can't. So yeah, fireworks, go watch something else. And you know something, guys? I'm glad you want me to experiment. I really am. I saw a comment earlier. Sorry, I can't remember who it was. But I think there are a lot of people who watch YouTube who do want that really obvious, predictable result. And I think it's awesome that you guys really appreciate and enjoy that part of what we do here. Because that's what the creative process is. It's not about things being so straightforward all the time. All right, same thing with this leaf. Let's just lift out a couple moments in there, especially to separate because there's a branch in front. So I don't want that to get in the way. And actually, that's way too dark. So I might just do a quick glaze on top. Yeah, I'm going to keep the paint crazy thin, guys. I'm not. In fact, my plan right now is just put very little paint and just really rely on this rag to do most of it. And I'm going to let some of these areas just disappear and become ghosts. Because like this leaf over here that I'm drawing in the corner, it's very dark. But I think from an atmospheric perspective point of view, I'm not so sure I need that. And I'm looking at what's dark compared to something else. So everybody see the box here? The box against the leaf, between the two, the leaf is lighter. And so that will help you. Sometimes people just assign value. Like they say, oh, that's medium gray, and they try to match things, but you can't do that. You have to say, okay, the leaf is lighter than the box. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah, let's just let this stuff fade, you guys. So again, I don't know. It's a little dangerous for me to not rely on the photo, at least for me, because I feel like if I rely on the photo more, my results are more guaranteed, but they're also more predictable and therefore, in my opinion, more boring. More dramatic than that, but just tell me you're here. I talked to somebody the other day. We're doing a portfolio critique for them. And I asked them, oh, well, how did you find us? Because most people found us during the pandemic for obvious reasons. But this person said, oh, I've been watching you for years. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, I just never submitted or commented. I'm like, dude, I'm so excited you did. It's hard because sometimes I think that nobody knows about us. And I'm like, yeah, we're just we are still are a little scrappy channel. We don't have 8 million viewers or anything like that. But then somebody will say something. I'm like, really? Okay. Like I've had people say, oh yeah, we're using your videos in my art class. I'm like, really? Okay. That's the thing about teaching online is you just never really know, because for all the people that do comment, there are a lot of people that don't. And so sometimes it's really, really tough to tell, like, okay, what really is my reach? It's very tricky. Unless you have, of course, 5 billion zillion viewers. But I don't even know that I would want that. That seems like a lot of exposure. And you know something, guys? I would much rather have a smaller channel with big fans than a huge channel where people watch me. I'd much rather have people that are really dedicated. You know what I'm going to try, you guys? Let me get my clean palette knife, not the dirty one. Oh, there's 2. Okay, I actually don't like this one very much, a little bit too wide. I like this one better, but I'm going to try this. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm going to scrape. Oh, cool. Oh, you guys. Okay, here we go. This is the stuff. I don't even know if you guys can see this because it's so subtle. You might not be able to see some of the textures, but I'm kind of loving that. It's kind of awesome. Yeah, I'll take a picture of the texture close up so that you guys can see it in the Discord, because I'm not so sure that this texture is going to be that clear on the webcam. Oh, I kind of love that. And that feels a lot more concrete, actually, than what I was doing with the rag. This is one big experiment. And again, like, I don't usually paint on panels. Like, all my experience has been painting on canvas. But again, my friend Kathy Speranza swears by panels. So I just thought, okay, let's just give it a shot. I just love trying new stuff. Super fun. Also, it gives you an excuse to not be good at it. Because you're like, oh, I'm a beginner. That's why it's so bad. Like, that's what I do with Procreate. I'm like, oh, I'm a beginner. So that excuses me from having to make good work. Also, when I do those draw-alongs with Jordan, I'm just like, yep, Jordan's better than me at Procreate. It's like, you can just give in. It's kind of awesome. Okay, some very thin. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do also? I think that the safflower oil, I think it actually makes things a little bit too slippery. So let's see what happens if I don't use any safflower oil. And maybe that'll make the painting feel, and it's one of my favorite parts of Art Prof. So let me know. Just tell me you're there. Like, you don't have to leave anything super exciting. It's just nice because you're like, oh, people do see me. Okay, that's awesome. We got smart comments. I don't know how many of you guys read the comments in our YouTube videos, but I have definitely lurked on other art channels. And let's just say our audience is really smart. Really, really smart. I've read comments on our channel, honestly, that could be passed in as art history papers. Like, some of them are really extraordinary. So yeah, we have an awesome audience. Like I said, I'd rather have a small audience than a huge one that is only mildly interested. I much, much prefer that. Okay, everybody see there's like a little reflected light here. It's very minor, and I'm probably making it too big. But let's just make it too big, and then I'll make it a little bit thinner when I get back in here. Okay, like that. Yeah, you know, I was trying to do too much the last stream. I was like using the safflower oil, using a rye is too much. I think right now I'm just gonna use no safflower oil and just very, very thin. Oh, this definitely feels better. I felt like such a hot mess last time. Let's try the fan brush. Maybe the fan brush is good. Oh, that is, whoa, it like covers so much. Okay, I'm getting a little picky and I don't like that. So let's get back in here with the rag. And because I can feel myself tightening up and I don't like that very much. Actually, you know something, before I go in and I do that, I think what I would rather do, I got to fix up the form on this orange because there definitely is like a division here. Actually, I need a bigger brush. The brush is a little bit too small. Let's go bigger and broader so I can cover larger area. Yeah, because there's this cute little, looks sort of like a pincushion, doesn't it? It's really cute. Oh, I need a smaller brush too. I don't know. Painting is hard for me because I'm like, oh, I want to be all painterly and Anders Zorny and John Singer Sargenty. And then I just like, am not that good at it. Like, I don't know. I guess John Singer Sargent sort of gave me an inferiority complex. And he gave everybody an inferiority complex. Can you imagine if he was like in your class? I'd be so pissed. Although there was somebody in my senior portrait painting class who was sort of like that. And I was so jealous, you guys. So jealous. Oh my God. Like, it still bothers me to this day that I let myself get that jealous. But can't help it sometimes. Some people are just so freaking good. And you know something? I'm never going to paint like that student. Never, ever. I don't have it in me to paint that way. But I do like painting. It's not my major thing. Drawing is definitely my major thing. That's where I really feel like I'm in my element. But that's fine. I mean, I like hopping around. I don't know if you guys saw, but we did this portfolio critique the other day with somebody who really wanted to do illustration and fine art. I'm going to make this a little bit darker. And they said that they had gotten a lot of flack for that. And I was like, really? How can you bother somebody for wanting to try a lot of things? Oh man, I'm getting stuck here. Okay, this is not good. I'm sort of fussing a little bit. You got to catch yourself. Because you know what? Fussing is sort of fun. I'll admit it. It just kind of feels good to do that, but I can only do it so much. Okay, so see here, I'm pulling out a sharper edge and maybe beef up this. Oh, this is really tacky. Sheesh. This area, I might need to let it dry because it's not painting very smoothly. And maybe let me try the fan. I am loving this fan brush. Like, where have you been my whole life? Oh, that feels really good. Awesome. Okay, we got to get down here, guys. I am so not acknowledging this area, and it's not good. So let's go in with a really dry brush. Hang on, I got to move my paints. These are all in the way. Okay, so let's get in here a very dry brush, no safflower oil, no medium at all. And let's see if I can clean up this mess. Well, this isn't really mess. There's sort of nothing there. So it's not really mess. It's sort of like non-existent, which is better. So here, this is the darkest edge. So I'm going to put that one down first to establish that. And this to me is more drawing. I'm not so much really painting right now. This I'm going to make pretty ghost-like. I like things that are suggested and more ethereal. Although, I don't know, sometimes things that are really concrete feel freaking good. Like the way Caravaggio paints fruit. Oh, man. Though, oh, Caravaggio, you make me very sad about my painting skills. Tell me in the chat, who here has seen a Caravaggio painting in real life? You guys should do that before you die. Just like get over to Italy if you can. I know it's expensive and you can't go right now, obviously, but everybody should see a Caravaggio painting and a Vermeer and a Rembrandt and everything, right? You should see it all. But if I were to, let me think. Tell me in the chat, what artwork have you seen in real life that you really think, if it was on your bucket list of you have to see these paintings before you die, Which artist or specific paintings would that be for you? For me, it would be Vermeer, Rembrandt. I'm sorry, I know they're all white men. And who's the other guy? Caravaggio. I mean, there are some other contemporary artists that I really like. But so here's the thing, like John Kern is a really good painter, but I don't feel that he's on my bucket list. He's good. It's just not my bucket list. Caravaggio and Vermeer, though, oh man, those guys are on my bucket list. So yeah. Oh, no, you know what it is? Raft of Medusa. Okay, that is a painting you got to see in real life. It's huge. It's so big. Oh my God. It's like 15 feet wide. If you guys want to feel inferior as an artist, go see Raft of Medusa. You'll be like, I just give up now. I don't know why I'm painting. It's pointless. Like, it just boggles my mind. I'm like, how did that? How did this happen? Okay, that's a little more concrete. I still feel like I'm fussing, but I guess, I don't know, what's the difference between painting slowly and fussing? Maybe it comes down to the number of strokes. Because you see, right now I'm doing this, and I'm not so sure I like that. I think I want something a little bit more direct. So let's try that. Actually, before I do that, I do want to put in these like little rips, because this is sort of like a drawing issue. Like these really have to be in here. So let's just paint those in. Like this one, I think there's like a little touch at the top. Yeah, these I might have to go over again because it's a pretty light glaze, but let's get in. You know what I need? I need a brush that's too big. I need a brush like this, a brush that's so big that it bothers me, but this will keep me from fussing because the brush is so large. Ah, that's better. Okay, good. Now I'm not going to fuss so much. Let's just get some more direct strokes. Strokes that are fewer. So instead of putting down 15 marks, I'm putting down 3. So let's try to just be more assertive and confident, because I'm not doing that right now, guys. Definitely not. And I could blame it on the media. Yes, yes, yes. But I'm not gonna. I'm gonna take responsibility for my actions today. Yeah, this is better. Oh, I'm so glad I switched to this big brush. Yeah, now I'm not fussing as much. Big brush, where have you been all my life? Oh, I'm so happy that I'm using this now. All right, let's maybe even darker. Let's try to build this up. Like this is pretty dark, this whole section right here. This is, again, layers. I guess because I'm on camera, I feel like I should do something really exciting, but sometimes painting is boring. I mean, not like as in, oh, I hate this, but like as in sometimes it's like it takes a while to get to what you want it to be. So that can make it feel very slow a lot of the time. Okay, that at the very least, I don't think that looks great, but it gives the box just a little bit more dimension so it doesn't feel quite so bland. I didn't like it the way it was before. And actually maybe a little touch on this leaf. Maybe get that. So the leaf almost blends into the box. 5 things to everybody all the time. You know what the difference is, though, is that you give different examples. And you also don't say it the same way. That's a pretty big difference, guys. I mean, ask anybody. Who here in the chat is a teacher? If you're a teacher, tell me in the chat if you've ever had to repeat the same thing over and over and over again. That's teaching. Teaching is repetition. Like I've talked to my former students who are teaching, and they say things to me like, oh, I already explained this. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Like you have to say things many, many times. It never ends, right? I'm always telling you guys things in the Discord, like have a background, don't do a centered composition, da, 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 da. But it's like you can't say that enough times. It's just sort of, I wonder if that's part of it, because when I went to Spain, I did not really know Spain very well. I wasn't that informed about like what was there, because when I was in Italy, I was like, oh, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, I'm going to see Pope Innocent X, and I had like this whole list. But when I went to Spain, I didn't. I just showed up because my friend was studying there, so I was like, okay, I'll go see you, and that'll be fun. And I went to the Prado because, of course, it's a Prado. And I went there. I was like, oh my God, I had no idea all this stuff was here. I really did not know. And so it was this huge surprise. Like I could not, and I was like, oh my God, Spanish painters are the greatest. Whereas I have to admit, when I went to the Louvre, not that it was disappointing, maybe it's just too big. Because I don't know, it was really cold. I mean, it's a museum. That's kind of a dumb complaint. But it was so huge and overwhelming. And I didn't enjoy the Louvre that much. But I really wonder if it's just the size. It's just so much to see. It's really hard. So yeah, maybe that's unfair of me to get on the Louvre for that. But anyway, the Prado. Oh my God, I could have just sat there. There's this one room, the room where sorry for the pronunciation, Las Meninas, the Maids of Honor by Velázquez, is in this one giant room. Oh my God. And that room has so many Velázquez paintings. I was like obsessed with Velázquez when I got back. It was so cool. Oh, you guys, that really makes me want to go to Europe. I haven't been to Europe in such a long time. Maybe someday we'll have an art prof retreat and we can go hang out in Spain and eat tapas and all that good stuff. But somebody call Bill Gates. Takes something to run something like that. Okay. Again, painting real slow. I just want to get this like bump that's on that orange. Trying to pull, because there's sort of like reflected light area here that I'm trying to remove. And I had all the wrong tools. It just was a nightmare for me. So this feeling of like, oh, I have to do oil painting because I'm not a real painter. Don't worry about that, guys. I think the better thing is to like save yourself until you really have the situation. It's a situation. You have to have the situation to do oil painting. Like you can't just pick it up. Don't try. I mean, we have a tutorial that is responsible and we tell you all the things that you need to know. But it's like, if you can't afford all the supplies, it's such a pain. Like, for example, I can't paint without a silicoil brush cleaning tank. They're not expensive, but it's like, it's a lot of stuff you got to afford. So I think that's the issue. So don't let it stop you. But again, don't pressure yourself. Oh, I have to do this. Ooh, you guys have some really pretty reflective light here. You can see I'm pulling out. Guys, I'm having so much fun. This might be a long stream. I'm just warning you. I know a lot of you guys probably have stuff to do and places to go. So I will be in the Discord afterwards. I'm just saying this might be a long stream because I'm like getting really into my painting and kind of don't want to stop right now. So, although maybe I'll get pissed at my painting and then I'll be like, I'm done. It's really a roller coaster, isn't it? Because I wasn't feeling great when I started, but now I'm kind of liking this. I mean, not liking the painting, but I'm enjoying the process. I like working slowly and starting to pop out some of these forms. I'm trying to get this edge a little bit better defined. Oh, the paint is so tacky here. It's kind of becoming a problem right now. It would frustrate you more and then it would turn you off. And then that's not good either, because then you have this like twisted version of what oil painting is that's really bad. And I don't think you want that. Let's try the fan brush again. Oh, I love that. Where have you been all my life? Fan brush? Oh, I'm loving this tool. By the way, you guys, I keep mentioning my friend Kathy Speranza. She does have an online painting class that she's offering right now. You do have to pay for it, but she's such a good painter and she's so much better than me at painting that I really recommend you guys check out her stuff because she's incredible. And we do have a video where I interview her about her stuff. So you guys can look at that video too. At the very least, just go see what her work is about. She's incredible. She's also on Instagram. I'll put her links in the video description below if any of you guys want to take a look at that later. You know what? I feel like these look like plums. They don't look like oranges. I guess because I haven't put the rind texture on yet. I gotta scrape more. Let's like really scrape, you guys. I wasn't really scraping that hard before, but I'm gonna like scrape. Let's scrape too much. Ugh, that's a little bit alarming, but I sort of like it. Let me bring down the contrast. This might make the painting look a little darker, but it'll help you guys maybe see some of those subtleties a little bit better. Okay, let's try that. Like this. I really like this is probably the brightest highlight, the one that I'm doing right now. Let's just scrape. Yeah, like for this panel technique, you need to have the ability to put on physical pressure. If you don't have that, it's a pain. So like I said, you could do this on canvas, but I don't think it would be a great experience. And I'm all for a more simple but quality experience. Yes, things don't have to be so ambitious all the time. I mean, sometimes they do, but not right now. Ooh, I'm doing some dry brushing. I'm such a fan of dry brushing, guys. Like I know a lot of people enjoy wet into wet and stuff, and some people do it really well. I am not one of those people. I do not do well with wet and wet. I do much better with the like tacky dry brushing stuff. That's a lot better. Okay, let me block in. I want to come back to this orange. I am fussing too much. Maybe I should spend some time on the leaves because those need a little bit of care. Let's lift a little bit more, like back here. You know what I really need? I need some Q-tips. Let's try that because I have some. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is awesome. Oh, that's cool because the wrap was a little bit too dramatic. I think I'm just going to paint with these Q-tips for a little while. And actually, let's do some scraping. So actually, you guys can see not a lot of my process is with the brush. So much of it is the rag, the scraping. I think the brush, it's not that the brush is overrated. I just think it's like people head to the brush first and they sort of assume, oh, the brush will do everything. It'll do a lot, but I love these other tools. They're so much fun. And I love the rag. The rag, I feel like I like rags more than brushes. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Now I'm getting more highlights. And maybe even with this, I could try to do a little bit of texture. I mean, we'll see. These are getting pretty dirty pretty fast. But I don't know. I guess I do need to work on the stem. The stem is not great looking, but we'll get to that eventually. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Blue Wolf says, we can't see you tapping into the paint. Are you adding medium or water? I'm only using medium. So what I'm doing is I'm putting it in here. I'll try to show you guys every time I dip it in here, but right now I'm not using any medium. I was just doing it with a rag. I'm not using water because I tried water at the beginning and the water wasn't strong enough. It wasn't pulling out the paint the way that the rag with the medium and also the scraping is. I need to scrape more. I really like this texture, you guys. The scraping is awesome. You know, maybe, let me see what other tools I have. Maybe we'll try this. Is this one? Oh, I don't like that one. That one sucks. Okay, let's do this one instead. Because I kind of like this scrubbing. Let me get back to the reference photo. I'm actually not looking at the reference photo much. I am for the lighting, but actually for a lot of the stuff, I'm not really looking at it. That's what I do when I paint from a reference. In the beginning, I really need the reference. The reference is like everything. But as I get further along, the reference becomes less and less important to me. And I have to say, by the time I'm almost finished with the painting, I'm not looking at it anymore. I'm just doing what the painting needs. Because you know something, you guys? a lot of people say, well, that's not right in your reference and it's more like this. And I'm like, but you can paint something very accurately from a reference photo and it can be accurate, but sometimes it doesn't look good. Like there are certain things that just don't look good. Let's get some more Q-tips. We have a ridiculous number of Q-tips because I think it's like one of those Costco runs where you're like, I need enough Q-tips for the next 500 years, right? And now we have a ridiculous number of Q-tips. I'm going to have Q-tips until I die. It's ridiculous. Although, you know, I think it's scary. You know, when you go to like Costco or BJ's and it's like 5-gallon jug of mayonnaise, I'm like, that's wrong. Nobody should have that much mayonnaise unless they're feeding 500 people. Like that just upsets me. Scrape more. It's weird. Like I'm pressing pretty hard, but it's not, the scraping is not really going that far. I don't even know if you guys can see it that well. I think I need to do more of it. I think I'm not doing enough. And so it's starting to feel like it's not very well integrated. I want it to integrate better. Then I'm going to guess that maybe that's the reason why I'm getting away with it. I mean, I don't want to use the Q-tip for everything. I just used it for a couple of these spots. In fact, I should do a little bit more there. I am picking again, guys. Stop me from picking. I can't help it. It's hard not to pick. It's really just for these little spots where I can't get in with my rag. My rag is just a little bit too much. And actually, we really have to articulate the stem because the stem comes down and it comes up. I'll go back in and I'll articulate it more, but I definitely need something in there. Yeah, that's a little bit better. We'll go back in with something. TG says, we can't see all the painting. Can you please move the camera a bit so we can see the whole painting? This is the whole painting. It looks like that because I actually did some thumbnails the first stream, and this is the composition. So I cropped out a lot of the reference photo, so that's why. Because I know a lot of people saw the reference photo and they just assumed, oh, okay, you're just gonna copy that same composition, but I didn't. I used the reference photo the way, very much the way I would have used if I was painting a still life from real life. I mean, that's what I would rather do. I'd much rather paint from life. But the thing is, the streams are so staggered. And also I want you guys to be able to paint with me. That's a little bit tougher to do. But that would be my personal preference. If I could, that's what I would do. But yeah, that's the reason why. See, I'm trying to get, maybe I need my Q-tips again. I think in here, I need a little bit more like that. So yeah, the edges you're seeing, those are the edges of my painting. I think I have, where did I put the, oh, I guess my thumbnails are over there. Actually, let me go grab them so you guys can see. They're right here. So just to jog your memory, what I did was these 4 thumbnails, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you can see in the first stream, I demonstrated that. And then this is the thumbnail that I eventually chose for the final painting. So that's what you guys are looking at. Let's see. Maydi Haroom says, what type of surface is she painting on? I'm painting on gesso board, which is made by a company called Ampersand. And if you guys would like information about the supplies, just go down to the YouTube video description and you guys will see I have all the links to all the supplies so you can look them up. And also you guys can always ask me in the Discord if you have questions about that. Okay, I really need to get, as much as I want to pick, I really want to work on, like, the oranges are the fun part, right? But it's like, I can't do that forever. Don't do what I'm doing. Don't stay on one spot for too long, which is what I'm doing right now. Not listening to my own advice. This is the fun part, but you can't do this forever. You have to move on, right, Clara? Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. All right. Oh, that's kind of nice. I can sort of blend that a little with my finger. And I don't have to worry about it so much because it's no solvents. It's nice. Okay, let's just... See, I want the leaves to be lower in contrast. I should not put this like bright highlight here. That's a little bit much. Let's make that a little bit more structured. And I do want to pull out, like there's sort of these veins that come down. So I'm going to put my strokes going in that direction. And maybe like a really, thin glaze over here. Yeah, because I really, really want the oranges to stick out. And here I actually am going to go very dark because I need, oh, that feels good. That feels really good, guys. That's my plan. See the really dark part I'm painting right now? My plan is to do everything with this like soft rag remove technique. And then I'll do stuff like this. I'll like pop in a couple of spots of black. That's the plan. I don't know if it's going to stay, but let's try. Just warning you guys, it's going to be a long stream because I'm having fun. And I feel like I'm actually making progress. The first one, I really needed to step away from it. It was too much all at once, and I was getting very overwhelmed. So let's just put some of that in. And, ooh, come back, fan brush. My fan brush, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is like the world's best blender because it's so thin and there's very few bristles. Oh, I'm so excited about this. Actually, I need some Q-tips for this. Let's just pull out these little strokes. Actually, here, this is sort of a mess. I should work on this area here. This little like corner. It's sort of like underneath like that. So let me go in with a smaller brush. Because I do need, this is a pocket. I really do need this to be dark. Otherwise, the contrast here just gets really weird. So this, to me, what I'm doing right now, this is more like drawing. This is not really painting as much because I'm really trying to just throw in a very specific structure. Oh, it's so hard for me to not just plop in blacks. Oh my God, you guys, that is just killing me right now. It'll be worth it. I really just have to like let it sit. I'll get there. So much, you guys, painting takes so much patience because it's like, I want to do that final layer, but I know I can't yet. It's like, it's not time. The next layer, I could probably do it, but not this layer. This layer for sure, I need to be patient. Irene says, sounds like me, stop, and yet I can't. Painting is too much fun. You know what it is, you guys? Tell me if this is true for you. When I paint, the world doesn't exist. I know that sounds weird because I'm talking to you. Of course it exists. It doesn't feel that way. It's like you enter another realm. You don't have any problems. Not thinking about the pandemic. It's really nice. It's an escape. And you know something else? This is what I like about painting is it really gets you to slow down. I mean, I think about when I'm working, this might just be me. I work at a very frantic pace. I just want to do everything all at once. And a lot of times that's a good thing. Sometimes it's not because I get a little frantic. But when I paint, I don't do that. I don't act frantic and crazy. I do when I'm working. Like when I'm doing art prof stuff or trying to get stuff done. It's like, oh, there's so many things I want to do. There's so many projects. But I just can't right now with everything that's going on. Ooh, that's kind of fun. In fact, I'm going to articulate because down here, there are these like shadows that make that edge pop out. And it's not as straight as you might think. It's actually pretty fractured. So I'm going to go in. Actually, I do need, this really does need to be black. I need this here because otherwise I think I'm going to lose that edge of the box. And I need that for sure. So let's, I have an excuse to put down the black. Yes. Although I might regret it later. Who knows? It's hard to say. It has to be a masterpiece because I know that the whole purpose of this tutorial is not for me to, well, I'm hoping I can make a great painting, but you know, that's not really why I'm here. I'm here to teach. And so that takes, for me, the pressure off. Like if I was making stuff, like let's say I had a solo show, like that's a whole different ballgame. So yeah. Let's scrape more. I'm loving the scraping, you guys. Although this has medium on it, so now it's not scraping so well, but I'll just go in and I'll dampen it with the rag. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Oh, the leaves. I got so distracted. I need to get back to the leaves. Let's get on the edges like this. I really want the leaves to disappear. I really, really do. In fact, this one, I'm going to almost get rid of it. Let it fade into the distance. Oh, and this leaf kind of got lost. Let's put this one back like this. Tell me in the chat, you guys, those of you who paint, do you guys paint with a rag much, or are you more a brush person? I mean, if I could have it my way, I would just paint with the rag the whole time. And well, I guess that's sort of what I'm doing. Okay, I guess I do have it my way. All right, let me get out some more paint. And I am going to do another stream at some point with another brand. I mean, we're using Winsor & Newton right now because they provided the supplies. But I also have some from Royal Talons. So at some point, I'll paint with those, and I can give you guys information about my experience there. Although, you know, you guys, because I'm not very good at these and I don't know a lot, I was looking online to see if I could get information. There's so much really not useful information. I couldn't believe it. Because most of the time when we're doing stuff that I know how to do, like I don't have to look it up. But for this, because I don't have experience, I looked on YouTube and I looked at articles and everything. I was like, wow, I had no idea you could write such a long article and give so little good information. Like, I really was sort of horrified by it. Like, I saw some articles that were so long, and I was like, where is the good information? Like, could you drone on more? Like, it really was frustrating. So what I'm hoping is that once I get more experience with this, I can actually put together something that maybe is a little bit more readable, because it's so hard. Like, why do you have to go through so many websites to find like one piece of information? I'm like, this is such a pain. I mean, that's one of the reasons I started Art Prof, is I just was tired of going through 8 websites to find like one piece of information. I don't know, maybe I was looking in the wrong place. You guys can tell me in the chat. Maybe my Google skills are just really bad, but I could not find anything that was, for me, helpful, that revealed anything that I felt was going to provide insight on the oils. I was trying to find information on how to clean the oils, because I thought this was like acrylics, but I think what I'm going to do is use a silicoil brush cleaning tank, which is what I typically use for oils. And then that will allow the paint to go down to the bottom, and then I can have it evaporate and stuff. Sorry, I don't have one today. I was going to go to the art store later this week, but I'll show you guys next time how to use the silicoil tank, because I really like those. Those are great. Okay, let's really refine these branches. I want them to be more varied, so let's just lift. I mean, I might end up taking out too much, but I sort of think that's okay, right? I think so much of this is questioning. I feel like half the time I'm just asking myself questions. You guys ever do that? I hope you say yes, so I don't feel like such a crazy person. I mean, I think a lot of artists feel that way. We feel like we're crazy. We sort of are, but you want to just feel like, oh, I'm not the only one that has crazy thoughts about my work. It's reassuring. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen, but in the Art Prof Discord, we have a channel in there, and it's called Artist Wellness. And it's very popular. I mean, there's so many people in there who are just talking to us about concerns they have. And a lot of people say they don't have a lot of people to talk to about those things because, quote, normal people don't understand a lot of the issues that we have as artists, right? Okay, this, oh, you guys, I'm totally missing this. Oh, this leaf comes all the way down. That's why. All right. this is a drawing issue. Okay, so this leaf, I totally missed that. I did not see that it was like covering the orange at all. Okay, that really helps clarify what's going on. Okay, so this is the leaf when I'm painting right now, and it's behind the orange. It's too tight, guys. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It's too tight. I told myself I was going to be all like ethereal and atmospheric, and I'm not doing it. Let's come down to here. I think, oh, this box is driving me crazy, and I'm totally ignoring it. It's bad. Don't do that. We have to work on this. I can't leave this alone because I'm going to pay for that later on. It's sort of like, you should, but sort of like going to the gym. Like, you should go, it'll be good for you, but you really don't want to do it. Which is stupid because every time I've gone to work out, I always feel better. And I'm always like, yes, I feel so good and so nourished. But for some reason, getting out that door, it's hard. Although I guess right now, nobody's really getting out the door. So I'm lucky that I have a treadmill at home, so I don't have to worry about it. But I know not everybody does. Okay, simple strokes. Get the point across. Come on. You know what I'm going to do? Down here is sort of drawing issues, so I'm going to keep it really boring, and I'll mess it up on the next layer. Sometimes you have to like plan for, okay, well, I'm doing this now, and then on the next layer, I'll do this. Painting is like that. You can't get it all in one layer. Oftentimes it requires like working multiple layers to get to that point. Like there was this one time I did this commission, and it was for a painting of a mother playing a piano with her daughter next to her playing a cello. And I knew when I saw that cello, I was like, I can't paint that in one layer. I knew that I had to do a layer of burnt sienna and followed it up with an alizarin crimson glaze. And that was how I was going to get that transparency, because like on a cello, you have that like varnish that makes the color very specific. So yeah. So my plan right now is to keep some of these areas plain, so that way I can mess with them later. So that's what I'm going to do. Like this is going to be really boring looking right now, what I'm doing, but I'm doing it like this so that way later I can add some more dramatic strokes. So this is not where I want it to be in terms of mark making, but I need it like this so I can do the next layer. Yeah, actually, this should be more dramatic too. It's hard because if you make it too mushy, it makes you feel like nothing's going to work out because it's too mushy. But then if I add something more articulate, I feel like it's too tight. And I don't like that either. Rock in a hard place, guys. I do need a little more articulation here, though. Like, this is a pretty harsh edge. And then a little touch for this hole down here. I got to even this out. I need this to be plain and boring, okay? You need plain and boring areas so that way the other areas are more fun to look at. And I lost this edge, so let's put this edge back. That in there. And then it's a little softer on this side, so I'm going to make that a little bit more dramatic. And then here, maybe a little more straight. I think got a little mushy. All right, that's a little bit better. I need editors. Editing is so slow when you're a one-woman production company, so it's just, unfortunately, this just takes so long to produce. I wish they didn't, but I can't really do anything about it. Editors are expensive, and we just can't afford it right now. Someday, keeping my fingers crossed. So yeah, Blue Wolf, if you look at this, that's what I'm doing. I'm just using it to like lightly blend things. In fact, I might use it. I don't like how this is so sharp. Maybe I'll make this edge less sharp so this one can stay sharp. All right, it's time to lean back and look at what's going on, because it's starting to look too much the same to me. I'm trying to keep a pair of eyes on it. So a lot of squinting. Who here squints? Tell me if you squint. I can't paint or draw without squinting. It's so important to my process. Like, I need it. Some people tell me, like, if you wear glasses, that they just take their glasses off. Although, I don't know. This is very picky, but I like controlling how much I squint. how much it is actually out of focus. That's what happens when you're a total control freak. Okay, and then here, this is sort of fun. There's a little bit of variation. Like, you would sort of think that this edge would just be flat, but I can see that coming down from the top. There's, yeah, this is not as flat as you might think it is. So I'm making these too dark on purpose so that I can now go in with the rag and make it softer. So that's what I mean by, like, you paint something a certain way, knowing that later on you're going to follow it up with something else. I do that a lot. So sometimes, like I said, on this layer, it looks really bad and boring, but like, it'll get better. On the next layer, like, guys, I loved painting that little bit of that leaf. Like, I can't wait to do that on the rest of the painting, but it's going to be a little while until that actually happens. I'm definitely going to have to wait till the next layer for that to occur. Get that in there. I just want to really articulate this edge of that leaf a little bit better. Okay, more squinting, guys. I gotta fix this whole section. Is that, I don't know, I'm trying to wonder. I feel like maybe this is like right here. That's the corner, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna let it go off. And I'm gonna look at this and I'm gonna realize that the background is lighter than the carton. And so therefore I need to make this edge just a little bit more pronounced. I'll do that with the fan brush. Oh, this is like the world's best blending tool. Oh, and then I lost this edge too. Okay, we got to add that edge back. Yeah, I'm finding this brush isn't very good for other stuff. It's good for blending. Blending is great. It's doing a nice job with that. Okay, let's make sure this, I got to really separate this edge because I feel like some of these lines are coming up too high. Let's see. Let's come in. Oh, I don't know. Something about the angle is really weird. I feel like maybe I'm not foreshortening it or something. Maybe that's it. Maybe it goes higher up here. Oh, yeah. I think I made it too low. So, like, I talk about accuracy and stuff not being important, but sometimes when it's stuff like foreshortening, something has to be correct, but it's like you have to sort of nail the proportions in relation to each other. Oh, that's better. And oh, it's this edge. So yeah, this is where the adjusting has to happen. Oh, it's more like, that's it. Okay. I feel better. That's it. That's where that squinting, that fresh eye. I did not see that the first time that I worked on this piece. All right, so that's very much a drawing change. Oh, and I need to remove some of this. Okay, let's, yeah, like this rag, you got to press hard, you guys, or it's not going to come out. And I'll make this, I'll put like a little touch of a more articulate edge, and I'll let it disappear towards the bottom. Yeah, like I am pressing hard with this. So this is the linseed oil, not the linseed oil, safflower oil. Putting that in there. Is that, okay, more squinting, guys. I think I'm going to lift here. Okay, it's not great, but I feel better about that angle. Like you have to be okay redrawing things. I find a lot of people don't do that with painting. It's like they just sort of draw it and then they're like, okay, I'm all set. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're not all set. You have to reevaluate when you come through on the second pass. All right, and then there's a little bit of division here. This is very minor. Make this really light and suggestive. Maybe I'll do another pass with the fan brush. Oh, that's it. I'm so excited about the fan brush. That is so cool. So, for example, let's see if the fan brush will do it. I don't know. Maybe the fan brush isn't strong enough, but fan brush, I like you, but you seem a little wimpy. Like, you're good for the subtle stuff. I don't know if you're good for the big stuff. I don't know if I like that. Could just be that my paint is so tacky that it's not doing a great job. Well, it's okay. Still, jury's a little bit out still. I don't know. Maybe I just need my big brush. Let's see. Like, if I just... Because I feel like my dark shadow edges, they're too crisp. I don't like it. I don't like this. The fan brush is better. So I'm going to load up my fan brush with a lot of paint. I'm going to try to get these softer so the next try, I can maybe play with texture a little bit more. So like up here, ooh, okay, that was bad. I think I just gave my mandarin orange eyelashes. Okay, don't do that. Shoot, I need to remove some more of that stuff with the safflower oil. That was terrible. Bad, bad, bad. All right, maybe not that much paint on the fan brush. You know what I wish I had a baby fan brush. Maybe I can go to the store and see if they have one. I don't know if they do. They must. Come on. Somebody probably wants a baby fan. I want a baby fan brush. Now, see, guys, I don't know that this is good that I like the fan brush so much because I could see myself blending this painting to death. And I'm not sure that's a good thing. But, you know, it's okay. We can cut back if it's really that bad. Let's just try it. I don't know. It's like, you don't know. Maybe I'll bring back some of this because I think I lost a little bit of the shadow in here. And actually, I'll go in with the rag and I'll also wipe away a little bit because the fan brush is making these like funky textures that I'm not so sure I like. But I do want to bring up some of these shadows. Yeah, like this edge, this one at the very bottom, this one should be like really soft. Like that would be better. Yeah, that's giving me look. I mean, I don't want to make this like flat dark though. That's what sort of concerns me, but I guess I need that contrast. I'm going to do more next time. I think right now, you know what I do need? Guys, maybe I'm caving to my whole contrast thing, but I feel like I really need dark underneath this leaf because I'm losing the depth. So at the very least, just a little patch. Let me do a little patch. I swear I'm not going to rely on my crutches. We all have tendencies. That is the way it is. Just have to be aware of them. To know when you're pulling out something just out of laziness or because you don't want to try something new. All right, yeah. I don't know. Like part of me is like, Clara, getting too fan brushy. Because there is such a thing, you know, when you find one tool and it's like, oh, it's so good. And then you just get all happy about it. And then it sort of kills your painting. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to get too fan brush happy. Even though it is really satisfying, you guys. I'm loving this. Not the painting, the process. Let's get back to these leaves. I don't feel like I spent a lot of time with this. Oh, you guys, I'm having so much fun. As much as the painting is challenging and there are things I need to work on, I'm having a lot of fun with this. Anybody else painting with me? Just let me know. Just curious. Like, guys, last night when we did the clothing stream, oh my God, so many people drew. I was so excited. I was like really bothering my husband this morning because he was like trying to read the newspaper. I'm like, look at the Discord. Look at all these people who like drew. It's so exciting. Oh my God, everybody did such a good. He's like, I'm trying to read the newspaper. I'm like, but I'm so excited. I can't help it. Like just seeing that like a flood of paintings, I was like, oh my God, you guys, like I'm super impressed by this. I mean, it really is like the best art teacher gift you guys could ever give me. It's when I see what you guys make. Very exciting. I mean, I know there's a lot of like, well, I don't know. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like I do see like premium courses being offered where they say you get a critique, but I'm not sure that that works because it's not on an ongoing basis, because a lot of those courses end at some point. Like they say, oh, the course is from here to here. And there is something to be said about it being a course, because sometimes like people will spend more time, or they'll say, oh, well, this is the course, so I'm really going to focus. So, I mean, I guess it's more like apples and oranges, but I like that people are really conscious of what other people are doing in Discord. It's like very inspiring. Really like that. And the fact that you guys egg each other on is even better. It's like the energy is so exciting what happens in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, shame on you. You should get in there because it's pretty awesome. And I never really used Discord before. My husband got me into it, and now I'm like totally hooked. It's like such a great platform, much better than Facebook. Ugh. We had a Facebook group for a while and it was not very active. And Facebook is just sort of competitive and I didn't like it. So that's why we switched over to Discord. Oh, the stupid box. I feel like I'm not getting the structure. Like maybe it's a matter of edges. Maybe this edge needs to be harsher. Is that what it is? I can't tell if it's the edges or if it's a drawing issue. This is challenging. I don't know. I may just need to leave it and come back because the paint is pretty tacky right now. Although I do want to, I don't know, maybe I'm drawing too much with the box. Maybe the box needs to be more atmospheric. Maybe if let's smudge some of the box down here. Let's let some of the box disappear more into the leaves and have more of a transition, because I don't think I like this edge here. This edge is a little bit too prominent. Maybe that's better, because I don't mind it being sharp up here. I think that that's fine. I do want to lift more out of this leaf. I'm still ignoring the leaves, guys. Oh, let's get more linseed oil and maybe just a little more contrast around this leaf, because I feel like I'm sort of losing it. Although, I don't know, I might not want the background to be that bright. It might actually be better if it's a little bit lighter. I'm very conscious of like getting too into a material and just wanting to put it everywhere, and then everything gets very monotonous and very mushy. So that's one of the reasons I'm just like a little bit on the fence about using it so much. I gotta fix, okay, you know what I gotta fix the stem, because I don't want that to go so long without being addressed. So let's do some really picky I can't help but pick here. It's just so small, such a small part of the image. I'm gonna bring in more Q-tips for this, maybe to pull out a little bit of this highlight. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys, if it's hard to see. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way I can hook up my DSLR, because the quality on the camera is just not as good. I mean, it's okay for some things, but for painting, it's like you really lose a lot in the process. Squinting, looking. You guys have to look more. The more you work on a piece, the more you got to step back and look at it. And I'll be doing a lot of that in the finishing stages, where you don't actually paint that much. You're just looking and reevaluating. That does happen a lot. I want to scrape some more. The scraping is really cool. I do want to do it more aggressively. This is like the first time in my life I've liked this palette knife. Like, I used to use this palette knife a lot for applying oil primer. It was good for that, but I literally never painted with this palette knife, and now it's actually sort of helping me out a lot. Surprised. Yeah, never throw away any tools. Like even tools you're like, I'm never gonna use that again. It's like you end up whipping it out literally 15 years later sometimes. It's very strange. But I'm leaving it alone because honestly, I think I've been looking at it too much. And I don't know that I'm actually making anything better at this stage. So that's why I'm leaving it alone. Well, I'm not right now, but I will get there. There are places where you just got to like stop for a little bit and come back, and that's fine. Okay, let's work on this orange stem. And for that, I'm going to zoom in on my reference photo. So that's a great reason, you guys, to download the reference photo off of our Flickr page, because otherwise, if you're working off the video, it kind of stinks. Like the reference is so bad. And if you guys have not been to our Flickr page, you should, because that's where I post all my reference photos for the draw alongs. Well, not all of them. Like if they're from another photographer, like online, I will just post a link instead, or I'll put the images in Google Drive so you guys can download them. But the Flickr page has way more. The Flickr page, there's like sheep and rocks, all kinds of things that I encounter here in Utah. So yeah, you guys can check that out. And it's all free. And the images are really high res, guys. They're like 6,000 pixels. So you will not have issues in terms of that. Okay, let's get in. I lost the stem a little bit. So let's pull that back. Oh, this section is so tiny. See, this is a part of me that goes, if John Singer Sargent was painting this, he would just go and leave it, right? Ugh. Squinting. I might have to leave it alone because it's so tiny, and I might have to do it on the third layer rather. Okay, that's a little bit darker. Maybe if I soften this edge and get more clear about where the orange actually ends, but then that's too... You guys ever feel like you're in a rock in a hard place when you paint? You're like, if I do this, that will happen, but then if I do that, that will happen. I'm going to try to add some of the strokes of the leaf behind it. Sometimes, if you want to fix one thing, you got to fix something else. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Maybe some more dramatic strokes back here, but now it's getting all thick. I am using too much paint. Let's try this. Maybe if I put like a thicker, because this is the darker spot here on the right-hand side. And now let's get in with some Q-tips and just soften those edges. I need to go brush shopping, guys. I really do. You know what I think? This is how I know Art Prof will have made it. If I walk into an art store and somebody recognizes me, that is going to be my moment. Has not happened yet. It happened in Boston, but I feel like that's a little bit different because people knew me in Boston. So if it happens here, if somebody at Salt Lake City, if one of those people recognizes me, then I can say, okay, Art Prof has made it. we are the real deal. I mean, I think we're the real deal. I'm just saying, like, do other people think we're the real deal? That's a different story, right? Or if see, my dream, you guys. No. Okay, it's not that. This is how I know Art Prof made it. If I am on All Things Considered on NPR, then I will have made it. And I want to be interviewed by Ari Shapiro. Oh, I love Ari Shapiro. He's so smart, but witty, and has journalistic integrity, and has that beautiful voice. Oh, I love him. I also like his Instagram posts. He's so cute on Instagram. But my other NPR fantasy is I want to be on Fresh Air with Terry Gross. Because I love Terry Gross. She's so cool. She's so awesome. I heard, actually, you guys know that actor, Adam Driver? I heard that he walked out on her. I was like, who walks out on Terry Gross? You have to be a real jerk. I mean, just to walk out in an interview, that's just not very nice. But to walk out, I'm like, you're on Fresh Air. How do you do that to Terry Gross? Like, that is not nice. It really is not nice. And Terry Gross is like a class act. I just could not believe he did that. So yeah, there's my judgmental take on Adam Driver. Although I don't really know that much about him as an actor. Maybe he's a good actor. I'm not sure. But I was mad about that Terry Gross thing. It's like, dude, you don't do that. I just feel protective about my NPR personalities. I'm starting to pick, guys. That's not a good sign. Might be a sign that this needs to rest. You know what I'm going to do? Before I do that, I'm going to take a quick tour of the whole thing. I'm just going to jump. I'm going to do a little here and a little there. And I'm just going to touch up a couple of spots before I give it a rest. Because it's getting there, but I think it might need some time away. I do want to soften the edges. I don't feel like I'm softening up as much as I said I was going to. So maybe I'll just make a quick pass to let some of the, like, this is really flat looking. I don't feel like I like this stem that I have up here. So let's just pull out a couple areas. I think the key is, you guys, whatever you're painting, you need variation. If you paint everything the same color, the same stroke, it gets boring really fast. So that's what I'm trying to do, is to add variation. So even if I have a leaf and the leaf looks like flat black, I'm not going to do that. You guys will notice that in a lot of these areas, I'll give you an example. Hang on, let me fix this. So like this leaf here in the photo, it looks black, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to pull out some highlights and give it some variation and change up the edges. Ooh, that felt kind of fun. Let me try that down here. Some harsher strokes. Maybe I'll do, ooh, that's kind of, oh, I'm sort of liking that. Okay, I take it back. Maybe I'm not ready to, I can't tell. It's hard. How do you guys know when to walk away? Just curious. Sometimes it's really hard. Ooh, I'm sort of liking all this rack work with the leaves. I'm sort of having fun with that. And here, I'm really not looking at the photo. I'm just playing. Just trying to see. Really, it's like, what can I get away with here? Maybe this should get lighter. I don't know. I'm just doing this now because, again, it's like it's better for me to make this too light than too dark. And I'll save the like dark stuff for the very end. Because if I get too dark here, I can't take it back if it gets really dark. Yeah, in fact, let's really take away this leaf. Pull out some of that atmospheric perspective. And then this too. Ooh, I like that better. But now I lost some of my highlights. So let's put those highlights back. Yeah, the medium is so much better. Like, I was trying to do it with water and it really did not work well. So if you guys want to remove stuff, use the medium. Don't use the water. The water is not great for this. I want to do more scraping, but I wonder if I'll be able to scrape when it's dry. I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to wait and see. You know what I've been doing? Tell me if you guys do this. So this painting, I have been babysitting it. Like, it's just on my desk. Like, I'm just looking at it. I'm just keeping an eye. You guys ever do that? Like, I really am babysitting this. And you know what? I don't care, because that's not what I'm after. I mean, if that's your goal, sure. It's not my goal. So, yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things in here that are wonky. The only one that's bugging me a little bit is the cart. I mean, not the cart, the box. Because I think the box does need some structure, and I'm definitely not done with the box. Speaking of the box, let's go back and work on it. So the box, I think I do want to work on that, but the other stuff, like the organic stuff, like the oranges, I don't really care that much. So let's just do a little redrawing down here. Maybe that will help. this. Yeah, I'll come back to it because I just feel like I need some time away. And maybe if I do that, it'll be more clear next time. Yeah, this definitely needs some redrawing, but that's okay. Maybe I'll just throw in, because there is quite a, like there's a pretty strong shadow here. So I think if I build this up, that's going to help a little bit. So yeah, that's like what I'm saying is that the reference is the reason we call it a reference photo. That's all it is. It's not dictating what I want to do in terms of my creative choices, because I could copy it. But to me, there's a very big difference between copying something and painting it. Because when you paint it, I would hope that it's an interpretation, your interpretation, and not just a copy. Okay, quick scan, guys. I'm scanning and I'm looking at what needs to pop. So actually this orange in the back, I'm making it brighter than it really is. It's really not that bright, but I sort of like the way it's popping. So I'm going to leave it, even though I know the other two really should be a lot brighter. That's okay. And I'm going to let this one like really disappear. Like that. More squinting. You see, I'm squinting more than I was at the beginning because there's more to evaluate. I have to look at it more carefully. Yeah, I need to get rid of, I don't know, these branches back here are sort of bugging me. They're a little bit too prominent. Although, I sort of like this being really dark. So maybe I'll just toss in a little bit on that edge. Like that. More squinting. See, this is where I told you the paintings, this tutorial is not going to be that fun because it's just me going, like staring at it. But that's what I need to do. I can't do this without that process. It's so important to me. I mean, I watched my friend Kathy Speranza draw and I was like, oh my God, you have so much patience. Like I don't have the patience to be looking that hard. I mean, I felt like a barbarian when I was watching her. So there are all these like little dots on the orange. I'm going to save that for later. That's not going to be something I'm going to address today. But again, it's like I'm planning for that. I know at some point I will definitely get there. The edges are still a little too harsh for me. And I really need to wipe out this corner. I want this like bright. Maybe if I like really rub it hard, I can make that happen. Oh, I might have to like, it's a little bit better. I don't know. I might have to scrape that area down. It's not coming off very well. I mean, once you tone this panel, you can't get it back. It's going to be light, but it's never going to be that white of the page. I mean, I suppose the scraping sort of is, but not really. More scraping up here. More squinting, guys. I don't like these leaves at the bottom. They're still too dark for me. Let's like really lift these. I know I might destroy them in the process, but you know what? Who cares? Right? This is one big experiment. I kind of don't care what anybody says. That's the best part about getting old, despite all the achy joints. You're like, I don't care. See, the thing is, like, when I was in my 20s, I was like, I don't care. I did. I totally did. I just didn't want to admit it. Right? And actually, this corner, I know it's at the very bottom of the screen, but I need to pull this out because I feel like here I need that negative space to pop a little bit better. And actually, it should come in a little bit more. So let's pull that out. That might be too much. I'm not sure. I want to put something harsher up here at the top. Again, I'm still using the medium. This medium is really helpful. Oh my God, thank you, safflower oil. If you look at it more abstractly, so that it doesn't feel so specific. And I'm doing a very light glaze, you guys. This is very, very thin. I mean, honestly, I don't have a plan. I really don't know. It's been a while since I've painted in orange. And a lot of it is just like getting it to blend into the form. Because if you don't do that, it ends up looking like somebody painted the orange, like painted the literal orange. You don't want that. So some of it is just softening things up, doing a very light glaze. And I'm not looking that carefully, guys. I'm just sort of blocking in. So some of it, I think, is just doing a light glaze. So what you add is not very severe. And I might go back in. Let's just do a light pass. And then maybe on the next layer, I'll put in something more substantial. So at the very least, I have some degree of texture. All right, now let's pull them out. Soften all those strokes. So they're there, but not hyper prominent. But there is some texture now. Let's try that. So it's like you put it down, you wipe away. You put it down, you wipe away. And actually, what I'm doing right now is I have like my nail through the rag. So I'm getting like a harsher stroke. Okay, that's getting there. Okay, yeah, that was a good idea. I'm glad that you brought that up. And now what I'm going to do is another pass of scraping, because now I lost some of my scraping. And I'm just going to scrape around the dots like this. And then I'm going to do another pass with the rag. Okay, that's a beginning. That is not done yet, guys. But you know, I'm going to do the same treatment to the other areas. So thank you for bringing that up. Now I'm glad that I did that. Okay, so again, a glaze. And maybe something harsher down here, because this highlight's pretty strong. Then I don't want to do too much, because I don't want to lose that white. That white, I'm not going to get it back. Although, like I told you, I've been babysitting my painting. So maybe I'll wipe it away if it doesn't look good. I shouldn't babysit it. I really should just put it in the closet and not look at it. But I don't know. I kind of can't help myself. I don't know. It's like my baby, right? Except it doesn't poop and it doesn't keep me up all night. It's a pretty good baby. Okay, more squinting and maybe a little more scraping. And another pass of rag. So it's a lot of building. Okay, let's do a little bit more on this area. Like this one really does have very visible dots. And I'm just going to let my brush dance across the surface. I will get more detailed at some point, but again, it's like, don't want to do too much. This is sort of like the foundation for the dots, but what I'll do later on is amongst the dots that we have right now, I will pick a few to make more articulate. And so I guess that's whoever asked that question earlier. That's my approach. That's how I'm going to do it. I don't know. I'm a very analytical artist. Like I like to go back and strategize and I'll do this and then I'll build upon that. And I don't know. Sometimes I'm jealous of artists who are like so free and liberated. I'm like, no, I'm boring and analytical. Okay, and there's definitely textures back here, but because I have this ground, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep it to here. Okay, so see, that is way too pronounced. And now I'm going to go back in I'm going to wipe these away. So we keep the variation, but we make the marks softer so they don't pop out too much, because I don't want that. So some of these strokes, they're going to get wiped away, but I'm kind of okay with that. Okay, let's do another pass of the scraping, like this. Yeah, I kind of like the combination of the scraping with the dots. It sort of maintains that texture. So yeah, this texture, I know it looks mushy, but I'm going to get back to it. I will. Promise. A little more scraping over here. Pull out some more. So the rag and the palette knife, they really work like a duo in a way. I really like that. I'm going to pull out this highlight. I sort of lost that in the process. Let's just get in here and block in some darks, because like I said, I was really holding back on that before. So yeah, there's not going to be any fireworks today. I always feel that the ending is where things just get not that entertaining. The beginning part is where things really are moving along. You don't really do that towards the end of the painting, with just so much of it is stepping back. Now, I'm not putting any safflower oil, so this is pretty thick paint, but I do want the paint to be thin. So what I like to do is just work out some of the paint. So now there's very little paint, but it's thick. No safflower oil right now, because I want to really have control over this. And at least for me, when I paint, I'm going to hold it like this so I have a little bit less a tendency to pick. I do think the more medium, whatever it is that you're using, the tougher it is to control your paint. So when I really want to be a control freak, that's when I just really cut back on the quantity of safflower oil or whatever medium you guys are using. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys were asking me earlier to do water mixable oils, and we're going to keep doing some. We have more scheduled for next month. It's going to take a while before I really get to know these, because I'm still really troubleshooting a lot of the process right now. By the way, I will be looking at the chat. It's just that I can't do it while I'm painting. So if you guys have questions, things that you want to ask me, just put them in the chat and I'll get to them later, because I will scroll up and see what people are talking about. So even if I don't reply immediately, it doesn't mean that I won't eventually. So just stick that in there. Although, I mean, this is a good thing, I suppose. We have so many people watching these, which is phenomenal. I'm like, oh my God, people want to hear me talk. Actually, my 11-year-old, I think I was telling her that, yes, people hire me to talk to them about their work, and I give lectures in different places. And she said, why would anybody want to pay to talk to you? I have to listen to you all the time. I'm like, sorry. Like, she was baffled by this. Why would anybody pay money to listen? She was so confused. I was like, thanks. Kids keep you humble. Those of you guys who have kids probably know what I'm talking about. Now, another thing I like about the dry brushing, having thick paint with no oil, that's very thin, is I can get texture. So let me show you guys what I'm talking about there. In fact, I need my rag. Rag's your best friend. If you guys don't paint with a rag, oh, you're missing out so bad. So one thing I'll sometimes do is I'll put down too much paint. Like, this is way more than I want. But the advantage of this, if I put this on top, see, this is way too much. That's more than I want. You can actually go in later on with the rag and you can pull it off. So this way you can see you have the glaze, but it's not oil meeting, like flowing all over the place. Like, I really want to be a control freak today. you know, this is too small. I think I'm going to switch. I really wish I had a big Filbert. I don't like these square brushes. This is my personal preference. I know some people really like them. So when I give you guys advice like that, just take it with a grain of salt, because just because it doesn't work for me, it doesn't mean it won't work for you. It's just my personal thing. Everybody has a totally different way of painting. So you guys can see now I'm reaping the rewards, because the oranges, they're too light right now. And now I'm just adding, because this is an additive process at this point. It's all dry. None of this is wet. Last time I had a couple spots that were a little bit tacky, but not today. It's all dry. So for that reason, if this was too dark, you can't get rid of it. And that's a limitation of this particular technique. That is not necessarily me, but it is something you have to think about. So like over here, I'm darkening it up quite a bit. So this is what I said in the last session about setting things up for the next layer, because I knew in advance this is what I was going to do. This is not an accident. And I think with painting, you do have to think that way. You do have to ask yourself, why are you doing this right now? And how might you benefit later on from that process? I want to be more deliberate with my brushwork. So each brushstroke packs a bigger punch. In the beginning, it's, oh, see, I don't like this. I'm sort of, everybody see how I'm like scrubbing this? I don't like that. That's a little bit picky in a way I don't want it to be. And I guess this is something I'm always working on, which is really trying to be less picky about my brushwork, because I'm like that anyway. I'm sort of a tight painter, and I wish I was not. I wish I could be more loose. Part of this is that I'm not warmed up yet. I have not been painting at all since these streams, but I think that's just my life goal in terms of painting. I just always want to be looser, because I'm just not good at it. That's the thing, is if you guys study with us here at Art Prof, we definitely have some videos where it's like a master of a certain craft. Song Kang is one of those people. Alex Rowe is one of those people. They're just, in my opinion, one of the best in the field that you can work with. But then you get me teaching you oils, and I'm not really the master of oils. I'm pretty good, but I'm not a painter. Some people really are. I really think painting is something that you're really born with in a way. Some people are painters. They really are. Like, we did this critique of this MFA student, Jonathan McGregor. You guys can go back and look for it. We did that very recently. I think that was about a week ago or something. But he was a painter for sure, and had beautiful paintings. And I'm looking at his paintings. I'm like, I could not paint like this. I don't have those painterly strokes. I pick too much. I mean, I just I don't have that in me. See, this is what I don't like about my technique. Does everybody see how I just did that? I did 2 strokes, and I'm like, oh, if I was Kathy Speranza, I would have put down 1. That is what bothers me. And then I go and I pick at it like I'm doing right now, and I don't like that. I guess part of it is just fundamentally, I have a certain look that I just love, but it's like I can't do it. But I suspect a lot of it is I don't paint very much. And painting, you got to log the hours, you guys, with painting in a way that I think other media you can kind of get away without it. It depends. Jordan McCracken Foster, he's always talking about, quote, pencil mileage. And I think that is a really great term, because I do think that a lot of painting and a lot of techniques are like that. It's about just getting hours in. I know that sounds really boring, but you know what? Not all of life can be a Michael Fassbender movie. Although I watched this terrible movie he was in, The Light Between the Oceans. I don't recommend it. It's such a stupid movie. It's so sappy. But I was watching it thinking, I'm really glad I didn't steal a baby and pose it as my own and get in trouble later. Yeah, I don't need my life to be like that. Okay. I think I need to jump around. I'm spending a little bit too much time on the oranges. Although, I gotta pace myself. I can't rush. I think with painting, I always want to paint faster. But then I'm like, Clara, you don't get good results when you do that. That's a bad idea. So let's just take it real slow and see what happens and really build this up. See, here's another thing that is different from oils. And that's that, typically speaking, if this were an oil painting with real oils, I would go in with some oil medium and I would put it all over and rub it into the painting with a rag, because sometimes you look at an oil painting and the sheen is not even. Like, there's some parts that are shiny and some parts that are matte. And so I do that so that I can bring back the luster of the paints. But I didn't have to do that today. It doesn't really have that issue. So I was like, okay, I guess I don't need to do that. I mean, it's not like bad that you have to do that. I don't mind. That's fine. Oh, this picky, not good. Ugh. I think my issue, I just sort of have like inferiority complex with my painting skills that I don't have in other media. Even when I'm doing printmaking, like, I don't think I'm the best printmaker, but I do think I'm all right at it. Painting, I don't have that confidence, which is so weird because I was trained to do figurative painting. That's what I did my whole time at art school. Isn't that ironic that, like, the thing that I thought at the time I wanted the most ended up being the thing that I have the most hang up about? Maybe it's because when you focus on something, you think you should be good. And so if you're not very good at it, it feels worse. Because when I do other things, I just say, oh, well, I'm not supposed to be good at this. So, cool. But then when it's like, oh, that's supposed to be the thing you do, at least in art school, it was for me. I felt like I should have been better. And that was a bummer to like realize that, and hey, I'm not that great at this compared to a lot of other people. That is, I'm okay. I don't think I'm terrible, but I don't have that confidence. Confidence is a big part of being an artist. I don't think people realize that. It's that whole fake it till you make it thing. We were talking about that in the Discord the other day. Actually, Blue Will Spirit, you had some great advice. I can't remember exactly what you wrote, but it was really smart about fake it till you make it. And I did so much of that for Art Prof. Oh my God. I was like, yeah, you should listen to me. And people were like, okay. And I was like, really? Okay, I'll take it. That's cool. But honestly, looking back on, I do think a lot of my insecurities just come from being crapped on in academia. Because when you get crapped on a lot, you start to believe it. You're like, oh, I must really suck. If all these people who are my colleagues think so, then it must be true. And then you get out and you're like, no, you guys were wrong. You guys were so wrong. And I'm cool with it now, but I think it's because I have validation now that I didn't have before. All right. I'm starting to feel a little better. I think some of this was warming up. Did you guys know that? I don't know if you guys know this, but when Jordan and I do draw-alongs together, one thing that he and I both do, we both like cheat a little bit. We both draw a little before we start the stream. We always do a little sketch because we get on the stream 20 minutes before, and we just do that to get ready and make sure we don't screw things up. But he and I both do that, and I really think it's because we just worry about being so stiff. And that's kind of what's happening right now is I'm starting to get into the groove a little bit more. Okay. I like this imperfection in this orange. So does everybody see there's no oil involved right now? It's all straight paint. There's nothing else going on. And I want this stroke to be really graphic. So another thing that I'm thinking about is edges. Does everybody see this edge that I just did? I'm going to really crisp it up. That is such a difference against something like this, which is a lot looser and more atmospheric. And so think about that. When you guys are painting in the later stages, what are my edges like? And I think in general, what you guys don't want to do, well, I mean, this is personal preference. You guys can do whatever you want. I don't like all my edges to be the same. I don't like everything to be crisp. I don't like everything to be soft. It gets really boring really fast. So I just really aim for both. Some areas are crisp, some are thin, and that tends to work a lot better. Let's beef up some of this in here. I really want this to pop. And I will do the little dots on the oranges. I'm just not ready yet because I'm trying to focus on beefing up some of the shadows right now. I'm trying to be a little bit more bold, but it's not happening right now. Lean back, doing so much squinting today. A lot of squinting. This needs to be beefed up. This shadow back here, which is actually like a cast shadow coming from the other one. And actually, this is pretty abrupt. See this shadow? It comes up and it goes right into the highlight. So that's a very abrupt transition. Look for that, those transitions, and see what you can do. Okay, see, this is too harsh. I don't really like that. Okay. Have you guys ever heard, there's this really cool, I don't know if it's a technique, but one of my RISD professors told me about it. It's called the artist's run. And it's basically where you run back and forth between your painting and, let's say, I don't know, 10 feet, and you run in between strokes. It's hilarious. So it would be put down a stroke, run back, put down a stroke. It's hilarious, but it's actually really fun. I mean, I don't know that you can sustain that for a long time, but maybe in the beginning. It's really fun because you sort of get a workout at the same time and you get to do the squinting, and it's cool. I like I mean, I don't have the space for that, but I like the idea of it. Having it make you more efficient. Because if you got to run 10 feet between every stroke, oh man, you're not going to waste those strokes. This is satisfying though. Right now, this process, I feel very in control. The beginning of I did not feel in control. Now I'm starting to feel that a lot more. And then the other thing you guys can do is if you put a little safflower oil on the rag, you can go in and remove more. Because we did find last time that the safflower oil does a better job of removing the paint than water does. Water doesn't really do a great job. Still no safflower in my brush, okay? It's really thick and easy to control. It's great. I like how it feels right now, the paint. It just feels good. And so I guess I would say, if I had to pick between water-soluble oils and acrylic, I would pick water-soluble oils. Because while, to me, I don't like them as much as oil paints, I do like them more than acrylic. I do think they have somewhat of that refined quality that I feel is not in acrylics. That's my hang up. A lot of people could definitely argue with me, especially if they're better acrylic painters, which probably is the case. Okay, too much picking on the oranges. Who here talks to themselves when they paint? I think I got this from Deep D, because Deep D really talks to herself when she paints. It's so funny. We need texture in here, so I'm just going to go in and block some of these darks. I'm happy about how I structured the layers though, because And I think that that middle section can be really hard to handle. I might need to work on this more, but I might not, because I'm a fan, at least with paintings, of stepping away sooner. It's like exiting your comedy routine before things haven't worked out for you. And I do think paintings really can be overworked in a way that really is not great. And I don't like that. I enjoy paintings that have a freshness to them. So I guess for me personally, I would rather have a painting that airs on being unfinished. For me, this isn't everybody. Than a painting that's overlabored, because I guess I'm just really conscious of my ability to pick, because I'm the type of person, you guys generally probably don't see me do this, but I'm the type of person, if I can go hyper detailed and I have the resource, I will. And so for me, it's battling that quite a bit, which can be hard, because my feeling is that just because you can make it realistic, it doesn't mean you should. And you know, what's interesting is you see old masters doing that. Like there's this Caravaggio painting. Look it up, Supper at Emmaus. There's one he did when he was younger. And yes, it's super annoying that he was that young and could paint that well. Yes, whatever. There's always people that make you mad like that. I'm probably the only person that's like actively resentful towards other artists. I'm like, screw you, Rembrandt, for making me feel like I suck so bad. So there's that. And if you look at the Supper at Emmaus, it's a total show-off painting. It's like, look what I can do. I can paint grapes that look sumptuous and amazing, and look at the glisten. It's so annoying. It's an amazing painting. I mean, I love it. It's got incredible examples of foreshortening and all these great things. Oh, you know what? Okay, does everybody see this green in the leaf compared to this? This is a great example, and this is why I'm squinting a lot. Do you guys remember that value video that we did very recently about how just because it's different color doesn't mean it's a different value? And here's a great example where I'm squinting. I think the green leaf is a little bit darker, but they're close. They're really, really close. So that's a place where you have to pick one, because sometimes you will have sections that really look the same value-wise. Just pick one. Even if it feels like, oh, no, it's not. Ooh, let's do some no, that's a little bit too big. I don't like that. That brush is a little bit too big. And just pick one. That's what I just did. I just said, okay, leaf is darker. That helps me. That's what you need. Let's get a really sharp line on this leaf. So really get in there. And I want to make this vein disappear down the middle. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a clean brush and just very gently, ugh, that did not work. Maybe I'll just dab with the rag. Ugh, that's not, maybe a little bit more. Oh, shoot, now it's crooked. All right, I think I have to go back in with the same brush. Get it a little bit sharper on the edge. Ah, that's better. Okay, that's what I wanted. It's nice when that works out. Like, I really want oh, look, it worked out for once. This is really nice, though. You know what I like about painting? Well, just making artwork in general. I feel that I can really slow down. I don't feel that way in the rest of my life, especially with my kids. They always want everything right away. I'm like, why is this such an emergency? I mean, of course, to them, it's an emergency. But it's like, I need a glass of water now. And I'm like, really? You can't give me a minute? No, they cannot. And so I oftentimes feel very behind pretty much all day, which is stressful. I don't like it. And when I'm painting, everybody leaves me alone. I put a sign on my office that says, I'm streaming, don't come in. And I don't have to worry. Even when I'm in the freaking shower, my kids are like, I'm like, what is hard about it? I'm like, I'm in the shower. What do you think I could do for you right now? Nothing. It's hilarious. Like their way of thinking just cracks me up. It's like, really? You think I could do that for you right now? I don't think so. All right, we need to give this box more dimension. I feel like I did not, contrast is not there right now. And I do want to blend this. I might just do some fan brush work and then, well, it's hard. The values down here are really subtle and I won't want them. You know what? I need the fan brush. I was very sad. I went to the art store the other day and I was really hoping they'd have like a baby fan brush, but they didn't. Like, why has nobody thought of that? Like, wouldn't it be nice to have a fan brush that was like really small and you could like really go in and do like tiny, tiny blending? That would be awesome, you guys. Somebody please invent that. That would be great. I would also like to have an easel that floats. Wouldn't that be great? I don't have to worry about storing it anywhere. My easel takes up like half of my storage closet. I don't even use it all the time because the thing is, when I'm live streaming, the camera angles are really hard on an easel. And I don't want to do such a heavy duty setup just for a live stream. It's complicated because the setup I have for live streams and paintings, it's not what I would normally do. Normally I would be on an easel, but it's too difficult with all the cameras and stuff. I posted in the Discord actually a photo of what my setup looks like if you guys are interested. Okay, let's try to be more, I think I don't have enough paint on my brush. So much of painting, actually, you guys, especially watercolor, is about the quantity of paint that's in your brush and how wet it is. That is like half the battle. If you guys can learn how to control that, that will help you a lot. I discovered, especially with watercolor, like if you guys don't have a handle on that, it's like you can't control anything. All right, I want this to be sharp. So what I'm going to do, we're going to sharpen up this top area like this. And I'm going to have it dissolve. So it's going to start sharp at the top, and then it's going to get more and more light down here. I have to say, I am having a lot of fun with this. You know what it is? This is the fun part. This is the part where you've slaved over making the cake. And it's like, now you're just putting sprinkles on it. And it's so fun. Actually, I made a bûche de Noël. Hope you guys had a good holiday, by the way. I was like so into the painting that I didn't even remember. Oh yeah, we just had all these holidays. So I made this bûche de Noël and it's in the Discord if you guys want to see it. Maybe I can post it again. And you have to do all this work. Like making the meringue mushrooms is a lot of work. And then you have to roll the cake. This is the part where you're like putting the mushrooms on top of the Yule log, which is so fun. Oh my God. But it's like making the meringues and rolling the cake, and it's a lot of work until you get to the fun part, which is quite a bit. Oh, you know what I need? I need some variation here. Does everybody see? It's very subtle. I don't know. Maybe this is not the painting for me to get all strokey with. Or maybe I'm just being a wimp. Because I know I'm pretty good at this, but I don't know that. I don't know. I mean, part of live streaming, for me at least, is feeling like I do have to make something that looks like something. Because if I don't, it's not that helpful to some people. Yeah, I need more variation. Like there's a lot of subtleties in here. Oh, guys, I'm so excited. Speaking of reference photos. And by the way, if you guys joined late of this photo, and you'll really be able to get in and see those differences because the photo is so good. But anyway, what I was so excited about, one of my family members is house sitting right now. And the people who they are house sitting for have a huge yard of chickens. And I flipped. I was like, oh my God, I need to take pictures for the Flickr page so people can have really high res versions of chickens. Because here's the thing. If I was just at some farm, I don't know that they would let me go into, they probably wouldn't, like go into the cage with the chickens. And I asked the person who was staying there if the chickens were going to be afraid or if I was going to bother them. And she's like, no, they're fine. So I went in, I was like 2 feet from a chicken. It was awesome. Although there were a bunch of them that were being a pain in the butt. They were like hiding under all these branches. I couldn't see them. That was a big pain. But I got awesome chicken photos and I'm so excited to upload those for you guys. It's going to be really fun. Okay, so up here, oh, this is going to be fun. Let's just really thicken this up because I'm trying to distinguish between the leaf. And I do want to keep the atmosphere of the leaf back here, but you know what I'm going to do is I am going to put in just a little hint of the vein of the leaf. Very, very minor. I don't want it to be too big of a deal, but this is where like a very thin glaze. Oh, that feels good, guys. That's great. By the way, who's painting with me? And if you are painting or drawing with me, are you doing a new drawing or painting? Or are you working on the same painting that you started in the first pass? Just let me know. It's the greatest thing, you guys, when I see what you're making. You guys are so patient and wonderful to appreciate that. I mean, I'm the most impatient YouTube watcher. I have no attention span. I know how people are like, kids nowadays. I'm like, I'm worse than they are. So I don't think I get to criticize people for having no patience when it comes to watching a YouTube video. They say that statistically, people decide within 7 seconds if they want to keep watching a video. And I'm like, 7? It takes me like 3 seconds. I'm so judgmental of other people's YouTube videos. I know that's terrible to say, but I am. I mean, most of that is because I just don't have time to sit around and watch YouTube videos because I have too much on my plate and I've got kids and I have to take care of that. But usually you really can tell if the video is going to be helpful or not. I mean, I guess I watch tech videos. Like if I need to know, okay, how do I stream this or what's the best camera? I'll watch stuff like that. But a lot of art YouTubers, they take so long to explain things. And sometimes they don't actually start doing anything until 10 minutes into the video. And that's sort of boring. Although James Gurney, I could watch everything he does. He's amazing. He's such a good painter. So I guess he's the one person I do have a lot of patience for. But maybe that's what it is. It's like you have to build that patience with your audience so that they know what you're doing is not going to be a waste of their time. And it's hard because I don't have a lot of YouTubers that I listen to regularly. The one guy I listen to is Nick Nimmin because he has so many good YouTube tips. I listen to him compulsively. Like I never miss an episode. But that honestly is because I just need to be updated on YouTube stuff because YouTube is like a video game. It really is. I never thought about it that way. In fact, for the longest time, I barely touched our YouTube channel. I saw YouTube as more a storage place for our videos. But then my brother sent me all this stuff and I was like, really? And I realized it's a game you have to play. There's all these things. And if you play that game, it works. And that's why, I guess the reason I figured it out, you know what it was? It's because we had something on our form that said, how did you find out about Art Prof? And literally every single person on that forum wrote YouTube. And I was like, really? I was sort of expecting people would mention a broader range, but they didn't. It would be like 1 out of 100 people would say, oh, Instagram or that artsy video, that artsy article. And I just was so surprised by that. I mean, it's so consistent that I actually took that question off the forum because I knew exactly what people were going to say. I was like, it's not worth asking in that situation. But yeah, once I realized that, I was like, oh my God, I've been doing this all wrong. It's funny, the way people talk about YouTubers at least, it's like the YouTube gods. You have to appease the gods of YouTube. So YouTube will reward you. YouTube will show you to the world. It's very funny. It kind of cracks me up. It's a whole other world, I think, compared to what I'm used to with academia. Although, God, you guys, I'm so glad to be out of there. Why didn't I leave sooner? I know why, because I had a big hang up. Because I put all my eggs in one basket, and that was a mistake. But you don't really know that until you've done it. So that's hard. Yeah, like I actually had somebody who was so rude. I think it was in a Facebook group. And I think I wrote some post about academia, really treating people badly and stuff. And this person was like, if you don't like it, get out of it. I'm like, that's not really that easy when you have kids to feed, and it's not so easy to change careers. I mean, what I'm doing right now is a risk with Art Prof because we're not totally financially secure. I'm hoping that will change in the coming year if I put all my time into it, but it's a risk. It's not really guaranteed at all. Okay, guys, time to do some squinting. And if you're painting, you should squint with me. I don't like this edge. I think it needs, I don't want it to be too sharp. I'm not a fan of sharp lines in paintings. I feel like in general, they make things look really flat. But what I do sort of like is a flat edge like this one that gets smudgy. So it starts out really sharp and then smudges itself a little bit. And actually, I need to beef up this black. Yeah, the black, you really have to make it thick for it to get the full value range. I don't like, there's a beautiful reflected light here, and I feel like I'm making it too obvious. Maybe it should be a little softer. Maybe if I soften that edge. It's hard because there's a lot going on right now in this painting. Ugh. See, this is way too much paint. So what I'm going to do is just take a rag and just work some of the paint out. I don't need to put water in it. I don't want to do that because I still want the brush to be pretty dry. And so I think it's better for me just to wipe it with the rag. That will work better. This is really fun though. This is really satisfying. Who here is at that point where it's like, oh, I waited so long to add this and now I can put it in. That's awesome. Not my painting, but that process. Look, I'm not that. I don't know. That doesn't happen very often. How often, you guys, do you feel as an artist that you're like, slam dunk? Not very often for me. Also, guys, I have an idea for a series of paintings that I'm very excited about. I don't know when I'm going to have time to do it, but I don't know if you guys saw, but I shot that tutorial in Utah. You guys probably saw the one where I painted mushrooms and Goblin Valley and all these places. If you haven't, check it out. It's like, it's not our most popular video, and it bummed me out because like it's one of my favorite videos that we've produced, but it just doesn't have the reach, I guess, that some of the other stuff has. And so that video has multiple parts. That video is probably going to have 4 parts. I've released 2 of them so far. And part 4, I paint this bread that my mother-in-law makes that I'm not joking, is the best bread on the planet. And I know everybody's like, my blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand how good this bread is. It's made by this, well, the recipe is from this bakery in San Francisco called Tartine. It's such a hard recipe. I tried it and failed so bad. I couldn't even get the starter to work. It was very sad. But anyway, the last painting I did on that trip was a painting of her bread. And since we moved here, since my mother-in-law is local now, she keeps bringing us bread. And then my sister-in-law started making it, and she kept bringing us bread. Actually, we were living with her for a little while we were waiting to get our house, which we're in right now. And she would just make bread. And she would just show up with bread. And I was like, oh, there's some bread on the counter. Nice. I like this a lot. And so we called her the bread fairy. We're like, oh, look, the bread fairy showed up. So now we have 2 bread fairies. And I was just thinking, wow, every single loaf of bread had its own personality. Because the reason I painted that bread, the one that's actually in the tutorial, the reason I painted that bread is because she baked this one loaf that had like horns on it. It was so funny looking. And that's why I wanted to paint it, because I was like, whoa, this is awesome. So I did that. But just every loaf of bread that they bring us, it's got some funky thing to it. Like we had one that was like lopsided, and then something would always happen. Like my sister-in-law would bring it over and she'd be like, oh, well, this one didn't quite rise. And like every single loaf of bread had a story. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. And if I ever have the time to do it, I will do a bread series. Wouldn't that be fun? Just watercolor paintings of bread over and over and over again, like a portrait of bread. Would love to do that. Just I'm bogged down with spreadsheets and crap. It makes it hard for me to do anything. I mean, I'm hoping someday I'll have like an admin person who can do that for me, but I don't right now. And I think it's a ways off before that happens. So maybe someday I'll get along to that, but not right now. But yeah, that was, I don't know. And I also like that bread is such a humble subject. It's like everybody knows bread. Everybody knows what it's like. And it's such a comfort to people. Something about bread that just, it's so basic, I suppose. Oh man, now I want to do that. But I got to do these paintings of cats for my sister. So I have to paint the cats first before I get to paint my bread. Okay, let's do a little bit of work on the stems, because I do want to keep these atmospheric leaves, but I do want a couple of sharp graphic edges. So there's one up there, and maybe this one, just like a little, something just feels stiffer. Because although I want to keep the atmosphere, I do think I need this. So like the branch continues here. I guess what I like about some of this stuff is like things fading in and out. So it's like you can have a branch that becomes crystal clear and then maybe it fades a little. So what I'm doing right now is just a couple moments of that. And that's really fun. Okay. More squinting. A lot of squinting today, guys. Can't do this without looking and looking. Because something? I'm not really looking at the reference right now. I'm looking more at what the painting needs. Because actually, you know what? Somebody asked a great question in the Discord the other day. They said, well, I'm using this reference photo and I need a better brush. Do I have to use... Sometimes I do this, by the way. I take a brush that's clean and I just use it to blend. That's an effective way to do that. But anyway, this person asked, do I have to use the same color that's in the reference photo? I'm like, of course not. You can do whatever you want. I mean, you can, but you don't have to. And so right now with these leaves, I'm not really looking at the photo. I'm just saying, what do I want? What would benefit this painting? So the reference photo in the later parts of the painting, for me, becomes less and less important. I think here I want another sharp edge. Isn't this satisfying? See, it's like it starts sharp here and then it disappears. I think I could use another sharp edge here. So this is really the part of the painting where I'm inventing a lot more. I'm not married to the reference photo. That's pretty cool. Kind of like that. More looking. I think a little touch back here. I don't want this to be so dark, but it needs a little more structure, like especially the twigs. I think what matters to me is that they feel stiff. That's the important thing. I'm not that worried about, oh, they need to be so well articulated. I just want them to look stiff. That's all that's important to me. That's pretty fun. See, it's starting to feel a little bit hard to distinguish the difference. So pretty soon it's going to be time to step away and do another pass of, oh, do I need to do that? You know what I do want to do though? Hang on, I'm looking at this leaf here. That's bother. I feel like it doesn't have enough variation. Is that what it is? Maybe if I add some of these veins, maybe like a really dark vein down the back, because I do see a little bit of that. Yeah, that's a little better. I think this part got a little muddled. I really like that. Okay, and now let me grab my rag. Let's just blend that in a little bit more. Sometimes you can just dab with the rag. You don't always have to wipe with it. It's a really cool tool. And I'm going to really, ooh, that's a giant blob. I'm going to really sharpen that branch so it really sticks out. And even now I'm painting, but I'm squinting while I paint. That's how much squinting matters, you guys. It's how much you have to really think about and looking closely, because this is a level of looking that I didn't do in the first pass, for sure. Because that level of subtlety is not necessary in the beginning. You still need it, but you do need it later. Yeah, this stem is still, I don't like this stem. It's still a little bit, I want it to be more dramatic. It's a little bit better, but you know what? I need some definition behind the orange. I think that's a lot better. Okay, that seems a little bit. And I was thinking, wow, that would be a great idea, because there are certain tricks to that I think are hard, unless you have a ton of experience writing terrible lesson plans, which I do. No problem in that department. The other thing too is that I have a couple tricks for writing a prompt. So here's one of them. I will have somebody explain to me the prompt, because actually Kat Huang was teaching a class on comics. And so what I usually do with the TAs is I'll mentor them and give them advice about how to start teaching a class. And she had this prompt. And I think it was something like, make a comic about your future. And I was like, okay, that's a great premise, but it's too vague. Because, oh God, think about your future. Ugh, that's a lot to unpack. And so I said to Kat, listen, the way you test if an art assignment is going to be good is, can you come up with an idea within 10 seconds? And so she said to me, okay, well, let's do the future prompt. And I couldn't come up with something. I was too indecisive. I was like, I don't know. There's a billion things. What am I going to talk about here? And so I said, okay, that's not a good prompt, because I couldn't come up with something fast enough. And so we came up with one that was more concrete, and it ended up being, make a comic about a dream. And I was like, I know exactly what I'm going to do, because people have recurring dreams or nightmares, and there aren't a lot of people that don't dream. Maybe there are. I have no idea. There's probably some study about it. But anyway, that's a good test. So if you give yourself the prompt and you have a hard time coming up with something really, your students are going to have a hard time. Doesn't matter what age. It has to be something that you can respond to immediately. Because if you can't, if it takes you a while, your students are going to have a really hard time. So I would keep in mind, it's hard with a prompt though, because you want something that has flexibility so students feel that they can express themselves and make it their own. But you also don't want something that's too vague, because then they don't know what to do or how to start. But then if it's too vague, people don't know what to do. It's a very hard balance, I think, for a lot of teachers. Because what I don't like, you know, those projects where you already know it's going to look like it's already been done for you basically, and everybody's stuff is the same. You know what I don't like? This really gets on me. Let's make a work in the style of this. Like my daughter, who was in elementary school, she had a project where it was paint a landscape like Starry Night. And I was like, that is not a good assignment. That does not ask the kids to have their own voice. And that really bothers me. I don't like that. Or actually, Yayoi Kusama, the polka dot lady. I'm sure some of you guys have seen her stuff. I've seen so many projects where it's let's draw a pumpkin and put dots on it. And I'm like, what do you learn from this? Really, what? You learn how to copy somebody. I don't think that's a good lesson. And you guys can disagree with me, that's fine. But that annoys me. I don't like that. Or you know what other project that I think is sort of silly is my daughter got it. You've probably seen it on Facebook. It's all over the place. It's take an artwork by what's his face? Archibald, I can't remember. The guy that makes portraits that are made out of fruit. And so they say to the kids, okay, make a portrait that's made out of fruit. And it doesn't get good results. I mean, I think you could do something cool with that. But the way it's framed, I think, for a lot of kids, it's not well done. And I know my daughter was annoyed. She was like, I don't want to do this. This is really boring. I don't feel that this is something I can gain from. And it just bothers me. I don't know. Like most of the time, my kids think I'm an idiot. I know I'm an idiot. But I think they're starting to realize that you do know a little bit about art, because my daughter will complain about sometimes the projects that she gets. And I think she sees the stuff I'm doing around the house, and well, she does not like to admit it. I think knows some of it's better. Actually, sometimes I talk to them about my YouTube channel. I just mention it. I'm like, I'm so excited. We almost at 100K subscribers. Very exciting. I remember the days that we had like 3 people watching live, and I was like, oh my God, 6 people are watching. Oh my God. My daughter's like, I'm not impressed. You don't have 5 million views. I'm like, oh, sorry. That is not something I have right now. So she's like, I'll be impressed if you have 1 million. I'm like, don't hold your breath. Might be a little while. Although, you know what's hilarious? And I take this as a compliment, actually. Time to do some more. You know what? I don't like this lower. I think this lower section of the box is really boring. I need to do something here. Okay. So anyway, now I forgot what I was talking about. I need to darken this whole section. It's subdividing in a way that I don't like here. Yeah. I think it needs to be more simple. I think I subdivided too much. So now I'm going to go back in. Maybe somebody can remind me what I was talking about. Then I can get back to it later. Yeah, this got a little picky. I'm trying to figure out, because I don't know that I want like a thick. Maybe I'll do a sharp edge here, and I'll let it dissolve into the soft part. So I'll go down there, and then I'll remove some with my rag. Ugh, that was a little crooked. Let's fix that. Make that a little bit more straight. Like that. I will say, though, if we ever hit 1 million subs, I will dance. And going to be really embarrassing, but I will do that for you guys if we ever get there. I remember what I was going to say. We get a lot of comments, and they're very nice. I appreciate them so much. People say, I cannot believe how underrated your channel is. Why doesn't this channel have more subs? I'm like, I don't know, because I'm not painting in a bikini. I have no idea. Although there are really people that do that. I didn't know. But my husband, who uses Twitch once in a while, he said that there are people that paint in very revealing clothing because it gets people to watch. I'm like, are you serious? That just makes me very sad. Is that better on the... You know what I want to do? I want to remove here. Maybe let that transition be a little slower. So yeah, think about how abrupt the transition is. Like, this is a pretty abrupt transition. I think I'm going to make this one a little bit darker. More squinting. I think I'm almost ready to do the textures. I feel, is this too dark? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'm really on the fence about this section. Like, I sort of want it to be fadey, but then I worry it doesn't have enough bite. Let's put a little safflower oil on the rag. Let's see if I can get that a little sharper. Oh, now I erased it. That's bad. Okay, let's put it back. Like that. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe the YouTube gods don't like us enough. It's strange because we did have 2 videos that they didn't go viral, but they had crazy growth. It was the oil and acrylic tutorial, and the second one was a portfolio critique, and the other one was the gouache video. So it was like those videos had pretty good performance, but then they spiked, like all of a sudden went crazy, and then it went down again. So I honestly do not know, guys. I'm so confused by the YouTube gods. It's so weird. Algorithm and the YouTube gods can reward me. Oh, you know what I want to do? I think I want this edge up here at the top. Let's just do a little bit there, because I do want the edge of that orange. Oh yeah, that's kind of nice. I sort of like that. Maybe a little bit more, a little sharper. I might go through and just see where I want to add some sharp lines. Actually, I want to do a little bit of rubbing here. I mean, this is very picky work, what I'm doing right now. This is not what you do in the beginning of a painting at all. This is totally like the end. The end is getting near. Just touching up very subtle edges like this. Give that. I don't know if I want that reflected light to be that strong. Hang on. I love this reflected light. It's beautiful, but I think I'm making it a little bit too clear. Projects that I know are going to do well because I've done them so many times and gotten good results. If I have a project that bombs, I try to do it with more than one class, because I've had projects that I knew were good, like my classic projects, that would not do so well with the class. And oftentimes it was because of the class. The class wasn't very good and they didn't get very into it. But then I would have like another class that did really well. And I was like, okay, it's not the project. That class did not do so well. So I always give projects a second chance, unless I really hate it. It depends. But I will do that. And then for every class I teach, because there are some things about it. Actually, I think it needs some rag work. Maybe like in here, just lift out. Because I do want to smooth it out a little bit more. I think I got a little picky about the details. There is such a thing as too many details, guys. There really is. Just because something is detailed, it doesn't make it better. In fact, sometimes it's worse. So don't always tell yourself that details are the way to go. Some of my favorite paintings are paintings that are not detailed. Ones that are more suggestive. Or I'm not saying you can't make great realistic work. You know who's great? If you guys want a really good contemporary painter, Antonio Lopez Garcia. Oh my God. I saw a show of his work It was at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. This is a long time ago. It's probably like at least 15 years ago. Oh my God, one of the best shows I ever saw in a museum in my life. Go look him up. I love his stuff. He's got these pencil drawings of gourds. Oh, so good. Oh my God, I love his work. So check him out. If you guys like realism, that is a great example of good realism. Okay, let's do another pass on this edge because I do want to crisp up just a few spots. Get them to feel, I don't know. I feel like there is like a little bit of a fuzz here, and I don't think I'm getting that. So I just want to fix the edge of where that is. I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a great time working on this. Not because I think it's an amazing painting, but it's fun. I need to paint more. I mean, that's why I like these streams, because it's like an excuse for me to drop everything and paint, which I don't do very often, because most of the time I'm like, oh, I have to do this, I have to do that. This is more important. This has to get done. And it's hard to make time for this unless it's a stream. So it's great. And we are, actually, I might have already done it, posted the January schedule so you guys can see. Also, if you want to sign up to be on the email list, because we always send a notification every month when the new schedule is posted. You just get one email a month, and just go to the live streams page on artprof.org, and there's a button there. So that way you guys can do that. We have the same thing for Art Dares. So if you want to sign up for the Art Dares list and you want to know once a month when it's announced, which we're doing tomorrow, by the way, you can definitely sign up for that. Okay, way too much paint on my brush. Oh, you know, it needs to get darker. That's what I need. I think it's oh, okay, here, under here, it needs to get darker. So I don't want dramatic contrast, but it's already so dark that it needs another pass. And actually, that means this has to come down as well, because I don't like that you can't see that edge. Is that too dark? Maybe I need to push it down. Yeah, because I don't want it to be that dark. And then maybe this can come down. It's a value thing. Like, I really need this to just be more subtle. Oh, and then this needs to come down. Okay. It's all relative. Yeah, it just needs a little. Is that too bright? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's bring this down. Okay, so the whole section on the right-hand side, I brought down the contrast. And you still have the contrast there, but we're squinting. We're squinting. I'm not just squinting. I'm pushing my body back. If I could, I would get up and walk away. But not a lot of space for that right now. Does that need to be darker? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. And by the way, I will be posting the final painting on Instagram, and I'll post it on Discord, because YouTube videos, you can't really see the color or the close-up very well. And so that's a better place for you guys to really see all the subtlety that's in the painting. Oh, I think maybe it needs a little more. I mean, the difference here is so minor, but it matters. It really matters. Yeah, this is all too light. I need to darken these two. Okay, let's work the paint out of the rag. Too much paint here. Like, if you really want to just touch something up, you don't want to have a lot of paint in your brush. Yeah, this is a very light glaze. Just to push the leaf forward like that. And then does that need to get darker? Yeah, I think it does. But see, I don't want it to get flat. Like, I still want that darkness. More stepping back. It's hard because I'm starting to get some glare on the painting, which is not helping. Okay, I need to redraw this. This needs to come up a little more. Because I do need the separation, that lip on the side of the box. I can't lose that lip. But I do want to subdivide down here as well. Let's really build up the black under here. Oh, shoot, there's a piece of string. It's better. I'm going to leave it alone for a minute, and I'll come back. I'm going to do some of the texture on the oranges. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, for those oranges, what should I do? I'm trying to figure out which one. Okay, this one is too light. If I squint, I'm trying to figure out the hierarchy, like which one. This one I think has the brightest highlight, and then this one, and then this one. So let's bring this one down. Okay. Work out some of the paint in the brush, and I'm going to bring down the value of this whole section. This is way too bright. But see, it's fine. Like it's easy for me to make it darker. It would not be easier for me to make it lighter. Just a quick glaze to fill that whole section. Okay, and that's really, it's got to come all the way down. Sheesh. We need a lot more. Actually, let's get out the fan brush for this, because I think the fan brush will really let me smooth this out. All right, so that really does minimize that highlight. And I do need, maybe here it needs a little bit more volume to separate. Yeah, that's better. Oh, and then, oh, this is, okay. There are certain things, you don't see them until, this is a good reason to jump around, because I worked on that other section for a while, and now that I'm coming back, I'm seeing things I didn't see before. So that's super helpful, you guys. Don't stay on one area for too long, because then, you know what else happens? Certain parts of the painting get finished before other parts, and then it's not very cohesive looking. So that's another argument. Oh my God, I'm having so much fun with this. I don't think the painting looks amazing, but I'm having fun. That's what matters. Just have fun, you guys. I had a teacher who used to say that. He used to say, if you're not having fun, you're doing something wrong. And I agree. Okay, let's maybe lift with the rag a little bit. And I'm trying to make the values right now not that smooth, because I'm trying to start to hint at some of the texture of the orange, like that. Okay, let's see. Bring that down a little bit. I think it was today. And they were so nice. They said, oh, I've watched Alex's acrylic tutorial like 10 times. I was like, that's a really big compliment. And are you guys going to do more like that? Because, oh, Alex is such a good painter. So I'm jealous of Alex. I really am. I'm like, Alex, how come you're so good? And I said, we really, really want to. We really want Alex to do some paint-alongs. But you know what, you guys? You need a lot of equipment to do this. I know it doesn't seem like you do, but someday I'll show you the setup. You need a mic. You need real lights, not crappy ones. Webcam. Boom, extension cords. It's expensive. And to buy the good stuff, it's expensive. I mean, you can buy crappy stuff, but it's not going to help you. And I'm such a quality control freak. Like, I can't let my staff do crappy streams. Like, I just can't do it. And I explained to this person, I was like, look, we just can't until we have the budget to buy that equipment. And we just don't right now. So hopefully, and we are going to be running a raffle in January. So I'm really hoping when we run that raffle that we'll get enough to do that. Because I want to do the same thing for Lauren. I want to get her stuff. I mean, I want to get the whole staff that stuff, because then we could get Kat to draw. We could have Deep D drawing traditionally. I mean, basically right now, the staff that have iPads, they can do the draw alongs. But Lauren and Alex don't have an iPad, and so they can't do it until we get them the equipment. That's the issue. So I know it looks like it doesn't cost anything to run this, but it's expensive because when you have to pay fees to maintain your email list, we need fees to pay our Flickr page. The costs really add up after a while. And so it's tricky. And that's why those super stickers, every amount counts. If you guys can support us on Patreon, $1 a month, it makes a difference, guys. So thank you so much, those of you who support us. It's huge for that to be the case. Because I've had people say, oh, just set up a paywall. I'm like, I don't want to. For some people, $5 a month is a barrier. They can't do it. And so I just don't want to do that. And yeah, it's probably not a very good business decision. I was looking at some of these other YouTubers, and I just cannot believe how much money they make from premium content. Like Proco has premium courses that you buy and other things. And that's awesome if you can afford it, but a lot of people can't. And so I was looking at his channel and I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll just take a look at what he's doing. But a lot of it was like an advertisement for the premium stuff. So it was like, okay, here's this cool thing, but you have to buy the course to get it. And I was like, oh, that's a bummer. And some of these courses are expensive. Like I signed my niece up for this comics class that I was very excited about. But it was like $275. I was like, oh my God. I mean, I still bought it. It was awesome. But, and I mean, I can afford it, but a lot of people can't. And it's like, wow, that's a lot of money. And 8 people were watching me. It's so excited. All right, that's a little, I'm on the fence about my dots. I feel that my dots are too dotty. I know that's a silly word, but I think some of them are a little longer than I have them. This is the picky stuff. But I'm going to do it here because it's very detailed. And it will help, I think. Yeah, that's better. That's what it is. The dots are too separate. I need to connect them more. But yeah, the raffle's going to be super fun because what we oftentimes do is we offer the art that was made in our tutorial. So we'll probably have this one as an option and some of the other ones. So we'll see. I have not put together all the details yet, but it's going to be really fun. And it might involve some special talents from the staff that you have never seen before that are not art related. I have one in mind for myself. I'm not going to tell you guys. But if you go to artprof.org and you click on events, you'll find it. It's listed. I mean, we don't have all the details yet. We don't know exactly what time it's going to be, but we'll figure that out. But it'll be like that portfolio critique marathon we did where it's just like, so it's going to be at least 5 hours or something. And we're going to do some fun things for you guys. So that'll be really cool. I'm squinting. It's better. Maybe I need to lift with the rag. Do I have any Q-tips? Hang on. Oh, I do. Okay, let me use the Q-tip. And actually, you know what I'm going to do is put a little bit of safflower oil on the Q-tip. And let's see if I can just... Ooh, that's really fun. Okay, cool. Let's just do a little lifting with the Q-tip because my brush was not getting in there. Like that. Ooh, that's really fun. I'm kind of liking that, guys. Yeah, brushes are not always the way to go. Sometimes you need something a little bit less traditional. In fact, I'm going to paint with this. Let's see. Oh, that's super fun. Yeah, because now I can lift... Oh, this one's a little bit too fuzzy. Let's put a little safflower oil on that. me see. Yeah, because I feel like the shadows were looking a little flat. And that is really fun. Oh my God. I'm so... Diversity is not just talking. You have to take action. And sometimes the action is not that visible. Sometimes people might not even notice it. For example, it's not an accident that our staff is of all different ethnicities. That is not an accident, you guys. So it's one thing to talk about diversity. It's another thing to actually put it into action. And I don't know, maybe some people don't notice that at Art Prof, but I do. And I know the people that that get hired, they notice it. And that's really important to me. Because you know something, when I was in art school, I didn't have role models. All my professors were white males. And I love them to death. Some of them are my cherished colleagues. But I never had an Asian professor, much less a female one. And I've had students say to me at RISD, they say, you were the only female Asian professor I ever had in 4 years at RISD. And so, yeah, I think you gotta, what is the phrase, talk? You can't just talk the talk. You gotta walk the talk. I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, I mean, a lot of people have podcasts now. That's not that uncommon. I don't think he's lurking me necessarily, but I think with the whole Black Lives Matter movement, a lot of people are starting to address it, but it's a bigger issue than that. You're not going to get it just by talking about that. And I know all of a sudden people were showing artists with people of color, and I'm like, we've been doing that for a while. That is not new for our content. So yeah, that's what I have to say about diversity. And I know it's complicated, how to be an ally and what's appropriate and what's not. And I've heard a lot of people's opinions on it. But there's a lot of people from all over the place and all different experiences that watch us. And I don't think it's an accident that we have a lot of people of color who submit work about being a person of color, or like we did a stream, can't remember, I think it was about a week ago, and the person's work was about being a transgender woman. And I was like, that's great. I don't think people would submit if they felt that Art Prof was not a safe space for that type of discussion. So I take that as a compliment, which is important. This is really fun. This is the super easy part. Oh gosh, it's so cool. All right, I think it's rag time. Yeah, let's do some wiping. Because I just need to take the edge off the edge. I don't want too much going on in here. And actually, the Q-tip's going to help me. I'm so glad I have a bunch of these. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, they're all at the bottom. Okay, cool. No, my rag fell. There we go. Oops, I need some more linseed, not linseed oil, safflower oil. Let's pull that up. Oh, that's really fun. I'm so happy I found you, Q-tip. You are good for something other than cleaning ears. Lift. I don't know. I suppose you Q-tips have other purposes. It's just funny because on the Q-tip box it says, do not put in your ear. And it's like, everybody knows that's what people use it for. Other things too. I mean, maybe makeup and stuff like that, but I never wore makeup. I wear a little foundation, but I don't wear like makeup, like mascara and all that stuff. It's just too much work. It's fine if you do makeup, but I don't have time for it. That's why I need hair. I can just roll out of bed and not think about it. It's really a nice thing. Oh, I'm loving this Q-tip. It's so fun. Oh my God, I could like do this all day. So cool. Oh, that's fun. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my rag and I'm going to use my fingernail to pull some of this out. Oh, that's super fun. Oh my God. Oh, I'm so excited. For a really long time, do it on a scrap piece of paper or a scrap canvas where you're not going to mess up something that you worked on for a really long time. And that tends to be a better solution. Because what's the harm? Just try it. Who knows? Sometimes you're pleasantly surprised. And other times you're like, oh, that looks terrible. Let me never do that again. And that's okay too. All right. Okay, time for some squinting. I think this back one, I'm not going to work on it very much. I'm going to do a few spots, but I do want this one in the back to be way less clear. I do not want the same level of detail in this one because it's so much further away. It doesn't make sense for it to have the same amount of detail. Maybe a little bit of Q-tip work. I think maybe in here. Crap, I need another Q-tip. I mean, that is a problem with Q-tips. They do really get used up very fast. I use them a lot for printmaking, actually. They're great for printmaking. This is something you need to rub or shade in some way. More squinting. I don't like this. It's picky. Maybe this one needs to come down. Well, let's do a little rag work. I don't like how picky this is. I don't think that this one is supposed to be that picky. I think this one should be more picky. But this one, I'm going to just drag some of the paint down so I can make the dots a little bit less severe. Because I do think I overdid it. So I'm just making the value a little smoother. I feel like I want, this is where I like really wish I could add some white paint, but I'm not gonna. More squinting, maybe a little bit more. So yeah, like right now I'm squinting while I paint. The squinting is not just for stepping back, it's for when you're painting as well. And right now that's helping me a lot. More squinting, more squinting. I feel like this one got picky. That's bugging me so much. I'm going to do another pass here. I think I need to lift some of those highlights some more. Is that what it is? A little bit more safflower oil. This is where it gets really slow, you guys. It's just me looking and picking, but we're getting there. We're really, really close. So close. I want to beef up. There's this one spot. Give it more contrast. It's not a big difference, but to me, it does something. A little bit more here. This is Endgame, guys. I feel like I'm talking about the Avengers. I have not seen those movies. I'm sorry. I know Jordan's upset with me. Although I was so upset that he told me he never saw Doctor Strange. I'm like, Jordan, that's part of the Marvel universe. How can you have not seen Doctor Strange? Actually, I just finished. Anybody see that HBO show, The Undoing? It's got not Hugh Jackman. I was like, Hugh Grant, Hugh Jackman, same, right? No, not the same. I mean, Hugh Grant is fine. He's just not Hugh Jackman. But anyway, Hugh Grant and Nicole Kidman are in it. I just finished it. Apparently, some people are very mad about the ending. I'm not going to say anything because it's a mega spoiler if I do. really time to step back. Now what I'm going to cut back on the detail. I put too much detail in here. I think I want it a little bit more general. Oh, we still need some more safflower oil. Rag is getting really dirty. Be a little bit more just to pull out some of these highlights. I do that a lot, actually, you guys, where I make something more detailed and then I like fuzz it out. That's thinking ahead about what you might want to do. So I oftentimes, if I put in the detail, sometimes I just end up getting rid of it later. Actually, there's a very bright highlight here, which sort of shows the edge of the shadow. Maybe there's a little bit of highlight here. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I wonder if I could get this highlight. Yeah, that's a little bit better on the stem. It's just a tiny little touch. And maybe just a little bit back here.